There. What? 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 What, Caparoo? Come on. Come on. Caparoo. Come on. That's what you want. Let's go. Ow! Jesus Christ! Holy fuck, man. 40 pounds of dog right on my fucking balls. Oh, more stuff. Bro, quit. What are you looking at Capri's ass? What are you doing there? Oh shit, I got all my kills. Oh, that's cool. That's you 5 kills with this gun already? Heck yeah. Alright. Oh, come on, dogs. You guys are so fucking hot. I mean, the alcohol probably doesn't help, but oof. Ugh. Ugh. That fucking thing is warm as shit. Let's go with that one. EP-27, I don't even remember
Kill
what
confirmed.
the fuck that is.
Eliminate all hostiles. Time to get lean and mean.
There's no hiding from my aim.
Come on, dog, lay down.
It's all over. I am its messenger.
What did I say? Third kill.
Kill confirmed. Nice job. Orders ready to rain hell.
Two out at once. I am not dead.
Ah! Kia oh shit.
There's no hiding from my aim. My scope.
Pick one.
My back.
Ah, God.
There's no hiding from my way.
Ah. What's up, everyone? I forgot there was a chat. What's going on, everyone? God damn, dog, you're so fucking hot. I should go look. I bet my video's being flagged right now. Every damn video for like the last week and a half have been fucking flagged. And I fought it and won every single one except for last night's 2 videos, which I just found were flagged like right before I went live.
There's no hiding from my aim.
Ah, bitch.
I am not dead.
I beat them all except for that one copyright flag that I've got where someone says they own a song that's in my fucking live stream.
There's no hiding from my
It doesn't make any sense because I don't have music in my fucking live streams. I don't have music anytime.
Recon in the
I
sky.
am its messenger.
Yeah, I did. I meant to send it to Susie too to see if she saw it. No, I did. I watched it as soon as that game was over. It seemed pretty funny. But then again, it's Bill Murray. Bill Murray is awesome in everything.
I am not dead. I am its messenger.
Yeah, that seemed pretty fucking funny, man. I guess if it's on YouTube, maybe I can watch it. Or wait, no, I could go to, what is it, Mixed Drop or whatever? I've watched a lot of movies on there.
We're breaking their backs.
Wait, we're, okay, 17 left. Well, actually, it's still true. But, like, remember the Zombieland?
Never count me out.
Woody Harrelson's like, Bill fucking Murray! And then, what was his name? Andy Samberg, I think? Ends up shooting Bill Murray.
all over now. When you can take two out at once.
Triple kill.
Kevin Bob.
Well, I guess I gotta say, like, I don't think the trailer was really that funny, but I saw the potential for the movie being funny. Because I don't really remember laughing at the trailer. But I remember, like, it's just like setting you up for the premise of the movie.
No fighting for my phone.
And it seemed like a good premise.
Savor the victory.
Holy shit, I got the most amount of kills on my
Right,
team?
rest up. Get some chow.
I got the most amount of kills in the game. What? Can't be right. Yeah, 22, 21, 23, 15, 12. Yeah, I got the most amount of kills.
Double, got 5 of them.
It looks done for a reason. But I love movies like that, like Talladega Nights. That was one of my favorite movies, man. Like, I had a friend, I was telling him about it. I'm like, dude, don't even listen to anybody about it. Just watch the fucking movie. And he's like, I hate NASCAR. And I'm like, so do I. That's why it was so fucking hilarious, man. Like, I just don't like NASCAR at all. I love cars, but I cannot get into NASCAR. Actually, what I have been getting into is Cletus McFarlane. He bought a racetrack. He's got an oval racetrack in Bradenton, Florida, right next to the drag strip. And he'll put on races and shit. Dude, I'm like addicted to that. But I guess it's the same thing with NASCAR. Like, if you're into NASCAR, you know the drivers, you know like parts of the team of the drivers, you know, shit like that. Like, but with Cletus, he'll have like, he's got like the Danger Ranger 5000. I think it was like 100 laps, but you have to have a Ford Ranger. But it's like all YouTubers, and it's like a lot of YouTubers that I watch. So it's like Vice Grip Garage and like Whistling Diesel, and I think it was he rented one of the biggest NASCAR stadiums in the U.S. Why can I not think of it? Bristol. Well, he rented Bristol, and he rented another one, and one of them's the biggest. But like, Goon Squad showed up for that one, and I think that was Bristol. No, it was not Daytona, because that's in Florida. It was like in Illinois or Indiana or something like that. That would be cool.
Team deathmatch.
Well, that's one
Take
thing
out
I've always
all
said.
enemies.
Like, as far as like NASCAR goes, I don't give a shit about it at all. But just like any sporting event that I don't give a shit about, like basketball, baseball, football. I've been to baseball and football. Never been to basketball. I love hockey. Never been to a hockey game. But like any game, I am totally down for going. Because it doesn't even matter if you give a shit about the game.
We're in the lead.
It's so different when you're actually at the game. Like, all the hype of the crowd and everybody, like, getting into it. But NASCAR specifically, I have talked to so many people, and they're like, you have no clue how much fun it is. Like, even if you don't give a shit about NASCAR, you go and get in the infield, and just sit there and like crack open beers and shit. And you're sitting on top of a camper that you brought, and you know, shit like that. Like, that sounds like my kind of fucking shit. Like, there's so much action going on, you can't really pay attention to it all. So you're just like hanging out, drinking, partying with everybody, and then a wreck happens, and you're like, oh my god, what happened? What happened? And then you're like paying attention to like the whole shit. Where the hell is everybody? But I am so, like, I really don't give a shit about NASCAR, but I am so down for a NASCAR. Like, I want to do that more than any sporting event. I really want to go to a basketball game, mainly because I've never been to a basketball game. I bet I would, like, get into it if I was at the game. And hockey, of course. I definitely want to. When I went to Canada, I was looking into going to a Jets game. But at that point, the playoffs started. So the tickets went from like 30 or like 60 or 80 bucks or whatever they were to like $300 a piece and shit like that. And then I have to get two. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that shit.
Got a guard dog coming in.
But yeah, that literally, it is on my, like, I want to go see a basketball game. It's just on my bucket list, and I want to go with like a bunch of friends that love NASCAR, and I want to go to a NASCAR event. I think that would be so much fun. I don't want to be in the stands. I want to be in the infield. Just from everything I've heard, the infield is where it's at, man. Like, it's nothing but a non-stop party. And I believe, if I remember correctly, I think you show up like the day before the event, and you camp overnight, and then the next day the event starts. And then you camp overnight and then leave the next day, if I remember correctly. Which I am so down for that. Like, I really don't give a shit about NASCAR, but I will watch people going in a circle, turning left, and probably have a fucking fun-ass time, too. Or, I would love to go to one of the Cletus events. I guess, preferably, I would love to go to the Freedom Factory down in Bradenton, Florida, and watch an event go on down there. Because he owns the track. I just want to, like, give him support because I love his channel and his videos and shit like that. But, like, NASCAR, I'm down. Like, even if he does, like, an event at a NASCAR track, I'm down for that, too, if it's closer to my house. Like, no, Talladega's, like, in Alabama, isn't it? What the fuck is in North Carolina? I mean, it still would be, like, 5 to 8 hours away from me, but, because it's out west. Whoa, what the fuck happened? Whoa, what the fuck happened? What the hell?
Allied glide bomber on the way.
I did not hit that button. Eternal Derby? What the fuck is that? I'd like to go to one, but I'd also like to be in a demolition derby. I think that would be fucking, that would be great, man. Go get a feeder and just, like, go out there and just start ramming people and shit. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I wouldn't mind going and watching a soccer game. Like, especially, like, in Europe. That would be great, man. Like, watch those soccer thugs, like, beating each other up in the stands and shit. I'm down for that.
You owe me now.
That's if I ever make it to Europe. I don't know if I'm ever gonna make it to Europe though.
There's no hiding from my aim.
Kill.
I am not death. I am its messenger.
Whoa.
Oh, I hit something.
Messi. I don't know who Messi is, but I assume he's like a good soccer player. But yeah, I don't even care where I would go in Europe. Well, if I ever went to Europe, I would have to like go to like London or like a bunch of places in England or the UK, I should say, because I want to be like what Gloucestershire, Ireland, or Gloucestershire, Ireland. Like I want to go to Ireland. I want to go to Scotland. I want to go to England because I'm English, Irish, Scottish, and German. And I'd like to go to Germany. But I would like to, like, I don't know, take like 2 weeks and just hit as many places that I could in Europe.
My scope is everything.
I think that would be fun. Shit, I only got 5 fucking kills in that whole game because I didn't see anybody the whole time. Oh, there's Barcelona. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, look, final kill, bitch. Bad. Which actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that cracks me up. The amount of sports fans in America that are like, oh, this is my team, and they never go and see them. Like, I've seen, well, I lived in Pittsburgh, but I've seen the Pittsburgh Steelers play like half a dozen or a dozen times. And I don't even give a crap about football. Or the minister of, well, I guess I should say my dad's church, because I guess I was confirmed in the church too, but I'm not religious at all. But the minister had season tickets to the Steelers, and when he couldn't make it to a game, he would just be like, hey, does anybody want to go to the game? Like, pay for the tickets and they're yours. And my dad did it like a bunch of fucking times, and I went with him. And it was so much fun, man. Like, we were way up in the nosebleeds. I didn't give a shit. I could see the entire field. Like, I could see everything that was going on. I loved it. And then well, I don't know who the hell owned the tickets for the baseball games that we saw, but Pittsburgh Pirates. I went and saw at least 2 games. And they were great. Like, I had so much fun. Like, baseball is so chill, man. Like, what was the running joke? Like, baseball is the only game that you can watch while you're taking a nap? It's pretty much true. And I wasn't even of age. I couldn't drink at the event. Like, I was there, I don't know, I was probably like 12, or probably like 10 to like 14 or 16 during all this time. Like, I was way too young to be drinking, so I wasn't drinking, so it's not like, oh my god, you get wasted kind of shit. But I had a lot of fun. And I was at the Civic Arena before they tore it down, but I never got to see the Pittsburgh Penguins play there. My parents had season tickets for the Penguins. Never got to see him. My cousin was playing for the Pittsburgh Penguins when they had season tickets, and I never got to go to any of his games. Like, when he played he got the goal winning, or the game winning goal in Game 7 of the Stanley Cups. Stanley Cup. There's not plural. Like, I've actually had the Stanley Cup in my hand, which is a fucking no-no. You're not allowed to have the Stanley Cup. Like, if you're not the player who won the cup, you're not allowed to touch the cup. Like, they have 2 people that walk around with fucking gloves on and shit that make sure that nobody touches it. Because we went to the cup party, he was from Cincinnati. So we went over to Cincinnati, and, well, he was on the winning team. He scored the game-winning goal in Game 7. But he was on the winning team, so, like, every member of the team gets a day with the cup. And it pretty much comes with a bus and these 2 guys that, like, handle the cup and make sure nobody touches the cup. And we were out on the ice just because my cousin, he wasn't a drinker. Well, actually, he married my step-cousin, technically. And, they were not drinkers at all. So, like, everybody, like, oh, we're drinking champagne out of the cup. No, my cousin and his wife and my grandma and everybody, they ate ice cream out of the Stanley Cup. Like, it was just kind of boring. Oh, we playing fucking Search and Destroy? But, so, you know, he's a hockey player, so he's like, fuck it, we'll rent an ice rink, and we'll go there for the cup party. And that's where it was. So we went out, and we're, like, out there skating around on the rink, and he skates right over to me. Like, he's, like, rolling around with the cup in his hand, like, over his head, like, you know, like he just won the damn thing. And he's doing that shit, and which he's allowed to do because he was a player and won the cup. And he just skated right over to me, and he was like, hey, man, hey, take this. And, like, the very top of the cup, like, where the bowl is, that was where I was holding, and he was holding the base. And they took pictures of it and shit. And there's somewhere on the internet. I don't have it anymore. It was on, like, I don't know, it wasn't even my camera, so it was, like, on an old, it was just some file somewhere. I bet if I log into one of my old emails, it's probably on there. But somewhere out there, there's a picture of me holding the Stanley Cup, like I'm not supposed to be doing. But the player who won the cup, like, just handed it over to me. I mean, it wasn't, like, the whole cup. Like I said, I was only holding the very top of the cup, and he was holding the base. But I had my hands on the Stanley Cup. Which is pretty cool because, like, they have the names of the players the whole way around of everybody that won the cup. And, like, there's so many players that have won the cup that eventually they gotta, like, take people off of the cup and put the new players that won the cup onto it. Which I never knew that.
My scope sees everything.
But we got, like, a Stanley Cup 101 from the guys that took care of the cup. Like, they're literally paid to just go around with the cup and make sure nobody touches it. Because, like, during the party, they would just set the cup on a table, and these 2 guys were, like, they were acting like security guards. Well, they were security guards, technically, but they were just acting like bodyguards. That's the word I wanted. To make sure that nobody would touch the cup. Like it was the president or something.
This battle's ours, but the war still rages.
Actually, it was in the middle of the summer, and, like, the job I had this summer is the season, because we live at the beach. So you pretty much, you don't get approved for vacation. I got approved for vacation because I told my boss what was going on. I'm like, dude, I'm about to go and, like, be around the fucking Stanley Cup. And he was like, what? He's like, you better give me a picture. And that's the only person I know that has a picture of what I was talking about.
There's no hiding from my aim.
Damn it. Ugh.
No shit.
I don't care how corny you think the wave is, or, like, chanting USA or anything like that. When you get the crowd to, like, start doing it, that's fucking awesome. I don't think I've ever got a crowd to like start doing the wave or anything like that, but I got respect for the people that actually do that shit, because that is an accomplishment. You get the whole damn crowd to like join in with something.
Search and destroy. Eliminate the objective. Let's hone those skills. We have the bomb.
Oh, what the fuck? That is something I cannot get on board with. I hate commercials in general, and I think Super Bowl commercials are like the dumbest of all commercials. It's like the people that like Geico ads. I think Geico is like the king of like crappy fucking commercials. I've hated them all the way back from, it's so easy a caveman could do it. Like, go fuck yourself. I fucking hate those commercials. I mean, at least Super Bowl commercials are better than any Geico ad. Like, they're better than the best Geico ad ever. But I've never liked commercials.
Right,
So
regroup. We'll get them next time.
oh fuck yeah. That's always cool too when you get
Search and destroy.
whoever the famous person is in front of you to like acknowledge
Take the
you. That's
objective
fucking
off
cool
the
as
map.
shit.
Stay critical of your opponents and yourself. We're moving with the bomb.
My scope sees everything. The first of many.
Arming the bomb.
I'm getting one bombs planted.
Bomb is armed.
Fuck yeah. Damn it! I don't even like football, but I'd rather watch the football or the Super Bowl than watch the commercials. Yeah, bomb went off.
Good work, but don't get comfy. There's more to do. Search and destroy. Protect the objective. Use all your senses. Sight, sound, touch, smell, and gut. The enemy has the bomb. Enemy Glock.
Fuck.
Hostile Goliath on the crawl.
Oh, Russ, did you see Susie's newest video? She did that fox. Like, she showed me it a couple days ago, and I was like, that is cool as shit,
We got
man.
recon aloft.
And then today she messaged me. She was like, what should I do? And I'm like, I really like the fox. Like, she sent me two things. There was a fox and a butterfly, and the butterfly was, like, really intricate. And I was like, I really like the fox, but the butterfly, like, is so much harder. You should do the butterfly. And then she messaged me back, and she's like, yeah, the stencil didn't really work out with the butterfly, so I'm gonna do the fox. And I was like, good. Hell yeah. But I love that fox. It's so cool.
Search and destroy. Hold the objective. Plan ahead, plan to win. Enemy's got the bomb.
My scope sees everything.
Oh, Kev, what the hell? You get killed. Oh.
There's no hiding from my aim. They're watching me.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cool. Like it's got some like weird lines to it, and that's what I like about it. Like it's a simple design, A, and B, it like some of the lines like just go beyond where they should, and that's what I love about it. And she did a fucking great job doing it. But she did not time lapse. I guess it would be like time lapse, where you like speed up the video so it's like going a lot faster than she actually made it, and she has music on this one now. And she messaged me, she's like, how do I put music on there? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I never add music to any of my stuff. Like, I know how to do it, but where do you get the music from? And then she found music, and she got it all done by herself. Then she's like, how do I speed up the video? And I'm like, I can't figure it out. Like, I kept looking on my program. We were using the same editing program. I could not figure it out at all. So I just Googled it. Yeah, I Googled it, and it came up as a YouTube video, and I sent her the video. I'm like, this program does not even look like mine. Mine's white, this one's black. This one, this guy says just right-click on the video, and like it's right there, speed, and you can change your speed. I don't have that option at all. Like it's just completely different. And she messaged me back like, I got it. So I was like, oh sweet. Yeah, no, Fox looks awesome, man. I love it. And I saw the original, and I saw the one that she did, and they look almost exactly the same. Which means she's getting pretty fucking good. Which I'm supposed to be doing a new tattoo like right now.
Team deathmatch. Subdue all
Well,
threats.
I wanted to do it last night. I didn't have enough triple antibiotic ointment because I'm a big proponent of that shit. Because it should help you glide the needle across the skin. Which a lot of people don't use it, which I found weird. Because every tattoo I've ever got, they've used it. They've used it before, or during the tattoo, and after, of course. Like, when I first started getting tattoos, they would wrap it up, like, with, like, an ace bandage kind of thing. And then, like, the last bunch of tattoos I got, they would just put, like, A&D or triple antibiotic ointment on you. And then they would put, like, just saran wrap over it, just to protect the tattoo, like, for a couple hours after you get it. Which I've never done every tattoo that I've done. They found a couple eyes that I want to do. Although now I'm back to like questioning myself on the placement. Because I was gonna do it right on the back side of my wrist, like right here. But now I'm kind of thinking about doing it on the underside. I don't know. I might just do it on the back side of the wrist because that's where I said originally. But it's going to take a little bit of time and money because I'm going to have to, like, fly to Canada. But I'm going to get Susie to do a tattoo on my face, which I said, like, my whole life, never have a tattoo on your face. I totally want one now. Like, I wanted the one that Post Malone has. I said this last night. And, I wanted the one he has where he has stay away. Like stay over his eye and away. Like stay over his eye and away under his eye. I'm gonna go with damaged above and good below. Just so everybody knows that I'm not like boyfriend or husband material, and you should just stay the fuck away from me. Shit, while I'm on it, I might as well like think of another one. Probably do something above and below the other eye.
Supplies.
Nah, I think one eye would be good. I think both eyes is like too much. Now that I'm thinking about it for like a split second. But I did want to get an axe behind my ear. And now I'm thinking, like, maybe besides one of my eyes, that... I'd ever get a band name tattooed on me.
Enemy recon, spy in the skies.
It's like a girl's name. I'm never gonna get a girlfriend's name tattooed on me.
Watch your head.
I made that rule when I was young. Because what if the band sucks in a couple years? And now you're left with like Coldplay across your chest or some shit like that. I don't think I'd ever do that.
My scope sees everything.
But I wouldn't do that for the same reason I wouldn't get a girl's name tattooed on me.
Enemy recon on flyby.
In my mind, you're just looking for something that you're going to get covered up in a few years. Oh yeah, no, I forgot to laugh at you for saying you were gonna get something across your neck. Alright. Good luck with that shit. You've never had a tattoo. starting on the side of the neck fucking hurt like hell, man. And I usually get tattoos where I think they're gonna hurt the most. Like, someone was like, oh yeah, don't get it on your ribs, man. Went straight for the fucking ribs. They were like, don't get it under your arm. Like, on the underside of your arm. Did that. I would just pick spots that are supposed to be painful. And do them. But just a little bit of shit that I have, like, on my neck right there, like, just there, just the very base of the neck, that hurt more than any tattoo I've ever got.
There's no hiding.
It may have hurt more than, like, most of my tattoos combined.
We're breaking their backs!
Kill always revitalizes me.
Yeah, it hurt like fucking hell. How people get like shit on the front side of their neck tattooed, I have no fucking clue how the fuck they do that. Cause that's gotta fucking hurt so fucking bad. I mean, I'm also talking about getting a tattoo around my eye. That's gotta be fucking painful too.
They call a care package.
I don't know anybody that's got a tattoo there. Well, there's a guy that comes into the store. I've seen him. He has tattoos like above his eye and shit like that, but I've never talked to him about it. I'm not scared of having ink on my neck. It's just pretty sure that would hurt like fucking hell. It better be something fucking awesome. That stuff's weird, man. Actually, who the hell was I listening to? Someone I was just listening to was talking about that. And they were like, they asked him, they're like, does it hurt? And he's like, yeah, it hurts like fucking hell. And they're like, why would you do it then? Like, I don't think I'd do that. Okay. You're a tough guy until, like, you're sitting in that fucking chair with needles jabbing you in the fucking skin. I've seen the biggest hardcore fucking guys act like little girls when they're getting a little tattoo on their fucking arm, let alone their neck. Oh yeah, I bet. Well, that's like one thing I'm not down with is like tattooing your eye itself, tattooing your eyelids, like, and I mean the inside of the eyelids, maybe the outside, but probably not that either, or the inside of the lip. No desire whatsoever for that. I love that. Everybody says they're such a tough guy until they get needles jabbing them over and over and over again for hours. That's how you find out how tough you actually are.
Stay critical of your opponents and yourself.
Like, every tattoo I've ever got, I've never even asked for a break. Which, I see people do that all the fucking time. Like, can we just take, like, a 10-minute break? Like, I need to smoke, or I need to, like, just take a break, or any shit like that. I've never done that. The only breaks I've ever had when I got a tattoo was if the tattoo artist wanted to, like, smoke, or something like that.
Scope sees everything.
Mainly because I'm cheap, and I don't want to be paying because you take a break, great, you're still on the clock. You still got to pay for that 15-minute break or 10-minute break or whatever. So I'm cheap. I just want that shit over and done with. I'll go smoke whenever it's done. Actually, the last tattoo I got was my tree. And the chick that was doing it, she was like, "Oh, you just want to take a break and like have a smoke real quick?" And I'm like, "No." And when it was all over and done with, it turned out like it was like an hour and 3 minutes or something like that to get the whole tattoo done. If we would have taken a break, we'd be over an hour, and it would have been 2 hours. I would have to pay for 2 hours instead. So it worked out good for me being cheap.
Righto.
Went through worse. Okay.
There's no hiding from my aim.
Yeah, me
The lead's
too.
ours.
Like, have you ever had third-degree burns, like, over so much of your body that you were given less than 24 hours to live? Because I have. I think that's where my high pain tolerance came from.
There's no hiding from...
What was it? Well, I was 10 months old when I got burnt, and I spent my first birthday in the hospital. So it was at least 2 months. Actually, I think it was like 3 or 4 months in the hospital. I don't know many people that spent that long in the fucking hospital.
They got recon in the sky.
Ooh, thank you, dog.
Recon plane scanning the area.
There's no hiding from my aim.
Not to mention, I don't think I am, but everybody thinks they're fucking tough until
Recon
they
flight
actually have
mission
to
deployed.
fucking man up. Then all of a sudden it's like, I didn't think it would be like this. Shit, even when I tattooed my fucking wrist, that shit fucking hurt. I'm sure it doesn't hurt nearly as bad as your fucking neck, but that shit fucking hurts. It's also a completely different story when you do it yourself, too. Because you feel every single jab with the needle. Every single one of them.
I forgot about you.
I mean, obviously you always feel every single one of them, but you feel it like 10 times worse than it would be if somebody else did it. So when somebody else does it, you can just ignore it. Look the other way, bite your tongue, do anything like that. But when you're doing it yourself, you gotta concentrate on it. Like, it literally is like 10 times worse than just having it done.
Coming in. Got an enemy dog free out.
Grabbing supplies.
And if you don't believe me, go on Amazon. You can get a tattoo kit for less than 50 bucks. Or probably 50 bucks. No, I paid, I think like 60 bucks, and I paid like 80 bucks. And I think the 60 bucks, I got 4 guns, 2 shaders, 2 liners.
That brings me back to life.
And then the 80 bucks, I just got a rotary, 1 rotary. Which I think is like so much better.
Enemy death machine in sight. Keep the momentum.
And then you can see if you can actually handle a tattoo.
Enemy's got a death machine coming in.
But you don't want to do like one of your arms or like your hand or some shit, because you want to be able to stretch the skin and shit like that.
I am not.
And if you can't, you probably won't get
You
the
fellas
results
make it
you're
look
looking
easy.
for.
Nice fight.
I have no idea what the fuck that comment means. I have no idea what a 3KWD, a TAQ-57, I have no idea. You're speaking a foreign language. That's one thing that bothers me about the younger generations. They abbreviate everything and think that you know what the fuck it means. I know a lot of abbreviations, but when I don't know an abbreviation, I don't fucking know it. Okay. It's been a while since I bought a bottle of Taka, but their bottle is like brand new looking. Completely new design. Pretty crazy.
We got a new patrol zone available. Patrol. Move out and secure the objective. Let's hone those skills. Patrol zone is out. The lead's ours. Hold on to it.
Wait, who the fuck is
These fuckers think they can hide from me.
Kalani? Who the fuck is Kalani? This must be a new song. I've never heard this song before. Post Malone song too. I thought I knew most of Post Malone's songs. And I've never heard of Kehlani. Kehlani? L-A-N-I, I think. She sounds kind of like a cross between, I don't know how to pronounce her name, but S-Z-A. Whatever the fuck that name is supposed to be pronounced. Maybe it's SZA, or maybe it's SCA, or whatever. It sounds like a cross between her and,
Need defense at the patrol zone.
Shit. What is her name? Doja Cat. Fucking love Doja Cat's voice. She's got like that scratchy, smoky type of voice. Kind of like Scarlett Johansson, but I don't think she sings.
Eyes on the enemy. A little vengeance goes a long way.
I think Scarlett Johansson is fucking hot as fuck. Mainly just because of her voice. I love that raspy, smoky voice.
Need defense at the patrol zone.
Which, besides the movie just being amazing, that's why I love Match Point. That was such a good fucking movie.
Patrol zone is ours. Contact to the patrol zone. We're falling behind. Twofer. Contact to the patrol zone. Patrol zone is ours.
There's no hiding from my... I am not dead. I am its messenger.
Oh, good, it's ours.
They have the patrol zone.
Yes, sir.
There's no hiding from my...
Contact to the patrol zone.
I am not... There's no hiding from my...
Hey, mate.
Patrol zone secured. Hostiles took the patrol zone. Need defense at the patrol
There's
zone.
no hiding from my aim.
Oh, what the fuck? They were all bunched up.
Enemies control. Patrol zone is ours.
There's no... That brings me back to life.
Need defense at the patrol zone. Watch your heads, shells falling.
I am not dead. I am its messenger.
They have the patrol zone.
There's no hiding from my aim. I am its messenger.
Learn from this one and come back stronger.
10 here. No, get down, buddy. Oh, what am I looking for here? Well, if anybody is looking for something funny to watch, well, I recommend every single one of them. They're on 2 different channels. It started off on All Things Comedy, and now it's just on Bert Kreischer. But Something's Burning. It's like a cooking show with comedians. And Bert is the host. He cooks everything for the guest and shit. Like, the one that came out today, it says 8 hours ago, so it was probably 9 or 10 hours ago. But it's got Tim Dillon and Whitney Cummings. I fucking love Whitney Cummings. She's so fucking funny. And they're making caviar. Well, they don't make caviar. It comes in a fucking thing, and they just try it. But Bert is making homemade potato chips, which I'm guessing they try the caviar on. I don't know. I'm 22 minutes into the hour and 9 minutes, and they haven't tried the caviar yet. But they also make Dijon baked salmon. But usually it's like a comedian, and like sometimes it's not a comedian. Like one episode he did with Wheeler Walker Jr., who is a musician, and his wife, who she's just, I guess, a wife and a mother. But that they made Nashville Hot Chicken. That was great.
Another classic showdown. I can't wait.
Plus, Wheeler Walker Jr. is a fucking character, man. And I love his wife. His wife is so cute. Oh, shit.
There's no hiding from my aim.
We took the advantage.
I am not dead. There's no hiding from my...
Come on! Gotcha!
Kill confirmed. Good work, soldier.
Another kill confirmed? I think it's the only kill confirmed I got. But yeah, his wife is funny, because she's like very naive in many aspects, and she's very redneck, which just makes you love her. Because it's like that old saying of like, country people, they always say, "Oh, bless their heart," which kind of means like, they, go fuck themselves, kind of fucking thing.
The lead's ours.
But she's pretty fucking funny.
We'll never forget. They're driving us back.
I mean, she is married to a comedian, so it's got to rub off a little bit.
My scope sees everything. There's no hiding from my aim. When you can take 2 out at once. I am not dead. I am its messenger. There's no hiding from my aim.
Shelter's set and ready.
Ah, fuck. Damn it.
I am not dead.
Allied mortar fire inbound. We got recon aloft.
It's all over now.
Shit.
There's no exit.
Damn it. What the hell?
Friendly glide bomber incoming.
They have been pinned down, comrades!
My scout sees everything.
Ah, it was not on.
Friendly glide bomber incoming.
No hiding from my aim.
Friendly package inbound.
Okay.
We have the lead. Keep it up.
He'll always revitalize.
And that's a kill confirmed for you.
That's the Slipknot song. I don't really like Slipknot. And it's all for one
Enemy
dumb
and counter
reason.
recon
They
aircraft.
wear stupid masks. I don't like that shit. I think it's dumb as fuck. That's why I never liked Guar back in the day. They had, like, not only masks, but they had stupid costumes that they would dress up in. I thought it was dumb as fuck.
This is everything. There's no hiding from my aim.
They're driving us
It's
back.
all over now.
Cut this bullshit. Get out. We're in the lead.
Come on, Mr. Announcer guy. You're all over the place. Oh, like, you gotta get on them because we're losing. Oh, but we're in the lead. Make up your fucking story here.
You did it, team. Don't celebrate too hard.
So, the beast. And it's a chick named Sophie. Or Sophia. Well, most multi-kills, what? I liked the ICP back in the day. Before they hit, I think the 5th Joker card I didn't buy. Or no, yeah, I think the 5th one was the Jekyll Brothers. I never bought that one. Because there was only supposed to be 6 cards. And then the end of the world was going to happen. And they put out 6 cards, and the end of the world did not happen. Or it did, and nobody noticed, which could be a possibility. This all could be a simulation. But they had, well, they had a card, and they had like a side album, and then they had a card and a side album, a card and a side album, a card and a side album, and I got all the way to like the 4th one, whatever Malenko was, the Great Malenko. Up with the top into 2nd gear we go. Try to hit something cheap if the brakes go. That's not the lyrics. But those are the lyrics my buddy made up about my fucking friend's K car. It was fucking hilarious. I think it was up to the top, to the 2nd floor we go. Try to land in a glass of Faygo or something like that. But my buddy like was making fun of my other buddy. Making fun of his stupid fucking K car convertible. It's a Dodge. It's a K car. Well, that's what the kid that owned the K car would say. It's a K car. It's a Mopar. It's great. We would just make fun of him because of that.
Hardpoint located.
Throwing stone.
Under fire. They got me pinned.
Where we at?
Watch the Molotov. Hard
Okay.
point. Dig
Oh,
in
okay.
and hold the
Oh,
objective.
fucking A, let's
Time
try
to
this
fight
shit
like
then.
you mean it.
There's no hiding from my aim.
Hard point activated.
There's no hiding from my aim.
Allied mortar fire inbound. Hard point is out. Hard point's under fire. Recon within a second. Enemy has the hard point. Recon air.
Yeah.
Friendly sending a flight bomb. Hard point is active. Hard point is ours.
No idea what the fuck that means. I've never really been a metal fan. The most metal that I like is, fuck, what the hell's her name? Cowboys from Hell.
Kill.
All over now. I am not dead.
Pantera.
I am
Ah, fuck, almost got a 5 kill. Yeah, I like Pantera. Like Far Beyond Driven, 5 Minutes Alone.
Hard point located.
I always liked that shit.
I am its messenger.
We're down, but not out. Hard point is active. Hard point is ours. We took the advantage. Enemy has the hard point.
But I've never been like a giant fan of metal. I just so happen to like Pantera.
We're falling behind.
All over now.
Hard point
Broken.
under fire.
Like, there's so many fucking songs I've always liked from Pantera. And like I said, I've never really been a metal fan. Especially like speed metal or death metal or any of that shit. Like, I was never really a fan of that shit.
Hard point located. Hard point is active.
Damn it. Bam.
Lead is lost. Fight back. Double kill.
Damn it.
I am
Damn
not
it.
Contact at the hard point.
Damn it. Horrible shots.
Enemy has the
Damn it.
grenade.
I don't love Pantera, but I like some of their songs. But that was also, like, I was in high school, and I'm like, oh, they're, like, metal, and, you know, like, people love metal. So I'm gonna buy it, because that was back in the fucking day with, BMG, and, whatever the fuck that was called. Like, the buy one CD and you get 20 CDs for free kind of fucking bullshit. Which was a total rip-off. Like, you got ripped off so fucking bad. But I did it anyway. Like, most of my friends would, like, just sign up for it, and then they would get the free CDs, and then just, like, forget that they actually had a subscription that they had to keep on buying to. And then they would, like, DMG would, like, try to collect on you. Which I guess now I'm getting my fucking comeuppance, because that's who's flagging me on my YouTube videos. But I bought a bunch of CDs. Like, that's how I learned about 9 Inch Nails. I saw a kid in my school that had a 9 Inch Nails shirt, and I was like, what? I've never heard of 9 Inch Nails. Who the hell are they? So I bought Pretty Hate Machine, I bought Downward Spiral, and I want to say I bought another one, but I can't remember what it was. Downward Spiral was the latest album, so it was right there. I think it was, maybe it was just Downward Spiral and Pretty Hate Machine, but I bought them, and that became my new favorite fucking band. I love, and still to this day, I fucking love 9 Inch Nails. Like, The Perfect Drug is one of my favorite songs of all time. I fucking love that. You are the perfect drug, the perfect drug, the perfect drug. Fucking love that song. Something I Can Never Have. One of my absolute favorite songs of all time. Song number 5 on Pretty Hate Machine. The Downward Spiral, that's another good fucking song. Like, there's so many, like, every song on all the albums I just named are fucking amazing. And I saw them in concert. It was the Warped Tour, I think, or something like that. So, like, I only got to see him for a few songs, but... And I also, Filter. I love Filter. They're the ones that sing, "Hey man, nice shot." I fucking love that. Like, Picture, I think it's called Picture. Like, could you take my picture? Because I won't remember. Oh, look at this shit. Play the game? What the fuck did I do? Oh, I got like 3 guys. That's Marilyn Manson. I've loved Marilyn Manson since I first heard of him. I guess it's not cool to like him anymore because of all the allegations that he has against him, but I remember, yeah, Antichrist Superstar was technically the second album that he put out. It was Portrait of American Family. I bought that. And then he came out with Antichrist Superstar. And I saw him in concert. The very first tour date was in Wheeling, West Virginia. We drove to Wheeling, West Virginia. Me, my best friend that killed himself, his girlfriend, who was my best friend as well, and some other chick. I don't remember who the fuck she was. She was supposed to be like a double date kind of thing. And it wasn't. We all went to Wheeling, West Virginia and watched the very first tour date of Antichrist Superstar. And then when he finally came to Pittsburgh like 7 months later, I went to that one. I don't remember if they went there too. But I know I did. Here, wait. Ah, damn it, Tuscan domination. I like that. I saw 2 of the same concert. What would you call that? I guess 2 of the same concerts of the same tour. One in Wheeling, West Virginia, the very first one, which I went to the concert. There were so many protests. I was on the news. Me and all my friends were on the fucking news because you could see us in line going to the concert. And there was like all these Christians that were protesting him, like, "Oh my God, he's so demonic," and blah 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 blah. And they were like, "We'll give you like 7 youth group tickets in exchange for your 1 Marilyn Manson ticket." And like, I just laughed at him. I'm like, "Yeah, go fuck yourself." Like, I drove like, I forget how many miles it is from Pittsburgh to Wheeling, or actually from where I lived in Pittsburgh to Wheeling. I think it was like 200 miles. Nah, it's probably like 100 miles, 150 miles, something like that. I'm like, fuck you. I drove all this way just to see this fucking concert. You're not gonna bribe me with some stupid fucking church event fucking tickets. That wasn't on the news. But you could see in the background of the news, because we went to the concert, and then when we got done with the concert, we went back to the hotel room that we rented, and we turned on the news, and we saw the broadcast that the news was doing, and you could see them like interviewing the Christians that were like trying to get people to not go see Marilyn Manson, which was hilarious because there was like 2 people that were like, "Yeah, I'll take your youth group tickets over my Marilyn Manson tickets." And like back then, it was only like 30 or maybe $50 for good seats. Not even good seats. It's probably mosh pit. For a Marilyn Manson concert. Like, I haven't been to a concert since the 90s, but I'm pretty sure they're like over $100 or $200 now. But there was like 2 people that were like, "I'll trade my concert tickets for these youth group like volleyball tickets," or whatever the fuck it was. And we were just laughing about it, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, just go see the fucking show. It doesn't make you a fucking Satanist. It doesn't make you believe in the devil. Because I don't believe there is a fucking devil. And if there is, it's a dual personality of what you call God. I think it's all the same person. If there is one or the other, I think that they are both the exact same person. And it's a dual personality, if it even exists. Which the Bible talks about God. Well, actually, the Bible talks about gods, plural. It does not talk about, well, it does later in the thing, but in Genesis, it says, "We shall make man in our image." So that suggests that there's multiple gods. And that's in Genesis. There's so many fuck ups in Genesis. There's 2 different creation stories. That's one of them. I forget what the abnormalities of the second one was. But it also insinuates that there's multiple gods. Which, I'm sorry. I don't care if you don't believe in God or if you do believe in God. I'm pretty sure neither one is correct. Like, either one is correct or the other one's correct, but I don't think they're both correct. But anyway, yeah, back to the Marilyn Manson thing. Yeah, we went and watched him in Wheeling, West Virginia. He came back to Pittsburgh like 6 months later or 8 months later or something like that. I went back and watched it again. And then the next one, I think it was the Mechanical Animals tour, I watched him there. I've seen him all like a bunch of fucking times. And I would never get a Marilyn Manson tattoo, though. My best friend that killed himself did get like an actual Marilyn Manson tattoo. The tattoo that Marilyn Manson has on his elbow, that is, and it's like kind of like a circle right over the elbow, like the ball of the elbow, but then it's like this jagged, I don't know what the fuck you would call it. Look up Marilyn Manson's tattoos on his arm. He got the same one on his fucking arm. I stopped the game just so I could take a piss. Now I'm sitting here talking about Marilyn Manson. Or no. My last concert was not in the 90s because I saw Tom Petty. I saw Tom Petty in like 2001, 2002. That was the last concert I was at. Like, I saw a shit. I used to go to concerts constantly when I lived in Pittsburgh. Now that I moved here, like, I gotta drive an hour and a half at the earliest to go see a fucking concert. I'm not doing that. And, like, that means I'm probably gonna need to get a hotel room. Which, that's another, like, probably $100 on top of how much the ticket costs. And if they're, like, going to Raleigh, that's, like, 3 hours, 4, 5 hours. I don't even remember how far Raleigh is. I think it's 3 hours away. But then I got to get a hotel room because I'm going to be drinking at the show, so I can't drive home after that. And I don't know. I just really don't give a shit about going and seeing concerts. I'd rather just listen to the music on my earbuds or like on my computer or something. I don't know. That was like, I don't know, I'm 44, right? What is this? 2022. Yeah, I'm 44. So that's like a young person's thing. Like, I don't think I need to be going to a fucking concert. I loved concerts though. I saw Weird Al Yankovic. Weird Al Yankovic. It was a free concert. Like they were just like, yeah, show up. And we did. Like I was crowd surfing. Like I crowd surfed so many times. Well, I'm light. So like I'd be like, "Hey man, like get me up." And people would just like pop me right up and I would like crowd surf all the way to the stage. Get on stage with the fucking band. Like I was on stage with Weird Al like 5 or 6 times in that same one night. And I'd just be like, "Yeah, you rule!" And then just jump back into the crowd because security would grab you and then kick you out. But it was a free concert, so it didn't fucking matter. Like, you get kicked out, you just go around to the fucking front entrance and you just walk right in. This one dude, we got him kicked out like, I don't know, like 12 times or something. We kept throwing him onto the stage. He would get on stage and then like try to jump back into the crowd and we would all grab him and throw him back on stage and security would grab him and like drag him off stage and take him out back and like release him out back and he would come around and come in the front door and he'd come back up and we're like, dude, you made it back in, and we would just grab him and throw him up on our fucking arms and fucking throw him back up on stage over and over and over again. It was fucking hilarious, man. He'd be like, all right, I just got kicked out like 5 times. Like, don't let me crowd surf anymore. I don't want to do it. And we're like, oh, okay. And we would all just grab him and throw him up and crowd surf him right onto the stage, and security would kick him out. It was fucking hilarious, man. I wish we had YouTube back then, because I could have made videos about that shit. It would have been so fucking funny. I've been in the mosh pit at Marilyn Manson a bunch of times. One of my favorite time. No, it wasn't the Warp Tour. I think it was the Family Values Tour, and it was like I think it was like Nine Inch Nails. It was Filter. It was shit. Who else was there? I can't remember who else was there. But we didn't have pit tickets, and so we're up like it wasn't the nosebleeds, but you might as well call it the nosebleeds. We were like up high, and I remember we were tripping. Me, my buddy Dan, and my buddy Bob were all tripping, and I think we met Justin there that night. Which Justin, he's a guy that I worked with when I was like 16 until I was like 21. Or no, I think he went to big boy jail before I was 21. But like that guy, every single day off for like a year and a half or 2 years, we would trip. I worked at a restaurant, so I worked 6 days a week. I only had one day off a week, and every day off we would trip and go to the mall. And like we would hang out at the mall until we got so fucked that we were like, okay, we need to leave. Like there's too many people, there's too many people watching us, like we have to fucking go. And we would leave and we would go to this grocery store in Jeanette, Pennsylvania, which is kind of like the ghetto. And his brother worked there, and we would go there and we would buy orange juice, and he would buy weed from him. And at the time, I didn't smoke weed. So he would buy weed, and then we would smoke. Well, he would smoke weed, and we'd drink the orange juice, and we'd drive back to where we worked in North Huntington, and we would go to the Giant Eagle there. We went to the Giant Eagle in Jeanette, and then we'd go to the Giant Eagle in or no, I think we went to the Shop and Save in Jeanette, and then we would go to the Giant Eagle in North Huntington or Irwin, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It was North Huntington Township, but Irwin was the town. And we would sit in the parking lot, and we'd be so fucked up that we would argue, like, you should go in and get the orange juice. No, 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 dude. Like, I'm way too fucked up. You should go in and get the orange juice. Like, I will if you will. Well, I'm not going in. Like, it was just this kind of shit every fucking day. And it was usually like a Wednesday. And we would sit there and argue, and eventually we would just both go in and buy more orange juice and come out and start chugging the orange juice. Because when you're doing acid, when you, like, drink a lot of orange juice, the vitamin C, like, totally intensifies the fucking high. Like, you get so much more fucked up. But we would do this every fucking day off. I'm pretty sure it was Wednesday. But no, we saw Justin at this concert. But the thing that I remember at the concert was we're like not in the mosh pit. And they had security guards like guarding like the whole perimeter of the mosh pit, like checking your ticket to see if you could go into the mosh pit. And I remember my friend Dan, he was a big guy, and he's like, dude, let's just rush him. Like, I can knock that guy out. And I'm like, I don't think that's a good idea. Like, I don't want to get kicked out of the concert just because you want to get in the mosh pit. And he's like, no, listen to me. I'm 6'6", 230 pounds. I can knock that guy over. We can, like, just disappear into the crowd. They'll never know that we're there. And I'm like, yeah, that might work for me and Bob, but you're 6'6", 230 pounds. They're kind of going to fucking notice you in the goddamn crowd. Which we ended up not going along with his plan, which I think was a good idea. We just, like, hung out where our seats were. And then, like, during an intermission, we went out and we were just, like, smoking cigarettes outside. This was at the Civic Arena before they tore it down. And we saw Justin. And we're like, dude, what the fuck are you doing here? And he's like, I'm getting fucked up. Like, I think he was tripping too or something. Maybe he was on ecstasy or something like that. He's like, you guys want to smoke weed? And we're like, yeah. And, like, literally, we were smoking weed, like, 20 feet from, like, 5 cops. And they didn't do a fucking thing. And this was the 90s, like, where weed was very illegal in Pennsylvania. Like, you could not have weed at all. I got arrested for small possession and paraphernalia, which got expunged, for having a bowl. Like, I just had a bowl and there was some weed in it, and they charged me with small possession as well as paraphernalia. The bowl was obviously paraphernalia, but I got charged with small possession, which was 30 days. I got 30 days concurrent with 30 days of probation. 30 days for the paraphernalia and 30 days for the small possession, which is fucking bullshit. Which I ended up doing 6 or 8 months of probation. Because they were like, you have probation and you have to do task, which was like drug rehabilitation. So I went, signed up for task, and then like I did the probation, and at the end of the 30 days, because I got 30 days concurrent with 30 days, which means total you only have to do 30 days. So at the end of the 30 days, I go to my probation thing, like hearing or whatever, and I'm like, hey man, like let me off task. And they're like, or let me off probation. And they were like, you didn't finish task. And I'm like, okay, let me go across the street and I'll talk to those people. I went over there and they're like, yeah, you can't be off task because you didn't complete probation. And I'm like, but they told me I have to complete tasks before I'm off probation. And they're like, well, you didn't finish probation. And they kept this thing going on for like 6 or 8 months, over and over and over again. You didn't complete tasks. You didn't complete probation. You didn't complete tasks. You didn't complete probation. Over and over and over again, until finally I was like, fuck you. I'm done with this shit. Like, I'm just not doing it anymore. And task, they would assign you a color. I think mine was yellow. I can't remember, but there was like yellow, white, black, red, and like it was like black, red. Those were like your most likely to be using kind of colors, and they would call them all the time. Yellow got called, I think, twice, or maybe it was only once. But I remember I said, fuck this shit. I've been doing it for like 6 or 8 months. I'm done with this shit. They told me 30 days, and it's been like 6 or 8 months. I'm not doing it anymore. And I quit. I went and I smoked weed, played basketball that night with a bunch of friends. The next day, I was like, fuck it. I'll call and just see what the fucking color is. And they called yellow, my color. And I was like, fuck. Well, there I am. I'm fucked. Like, that's my color. I have to go and piss test, and I'm not going to do it. And I didn't do it. And a week later, I got a certificate in the mail like, you completed task and you were off probation. So I lucked out. Alright. I got a piece. You gotta go out too? Yeah, you gotta piss? Do you? Or are you gonna chase a possum? But no, my very first concert was White Zombie, who L7 opened up for him. I can't remember the other band that opened up for him. But I went there to see White Zombie. I didn't even know who L7 was, but I enjoyed their shit. And I've seen Marilyn Manson at least 3 times. 2 times on the same tour. The Antichrist Superstar tour. I saw him on the Mechanical Animal. Or no. Did I see him on Mechanical Animals? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I saw him on Mechanical Animals. We're all stars now in the dope show. Yeah, I remember that song. I've seen Filter. I've seen Weird Al Yankovic. I've seen Poe. Remember Poe? I love Poe. She had that Angry Johnny song. I fucking loved Poe. She was so great. Um, I've seen Filter. I've seen Limp Bizkit. I've seen Tom Petty. I've seen Roger Waters from Pink Floyd. We got there late. That was the first time I ever did ecstasy. We got there late by like 20 minutes. And by the end of the concert, we're all sitting there cheering, "Do the wall, do the wall." And little did we know that he opened with the wall. I was also the one friend that I had who sold me the ecstasy. He was, I guess, technically from Ohio. He was from Alaska, and he was on probation in Alaska because apparently you were allowed to grow up to 99 plants of weed, and he got caught with like 106, which I think is just dumb as fuck. Like, why I would have like 92, like just to make sure I don't have over 99. But he got caught and he was on probation, and he said, "Fuck it, I don't care about probation," and he moved to Ohio. And then the probation ended up like catching up with them and found him in Ohio, and we're like, "What the fuck are you doing? Like, you're in a lot of trouble, like you're on probation even longer." And he was like, "Oh, okay, cool." So he left and moved to Pittsburgh. And he moved to Pittsburgh, and then probation caught up with him again and was like, "Dude, you've got even more probation." And then I think he moved back to Alaska. I don't know what happened after that. But I remember I moved to North Carolina, and he called my old phone, which I had a cell phone when nobody had a cell phone back in the day. I was like one of the first people to have a cell phone. My dad had a cell phone because his work paid for it, and I had a cell phone. And when I left Pennsylvania, I gave my cell phone and my number to my mom, which she still has the same fucking number. And he called a couple times, like, "Hey man, is Tom there?" And she was like, "No, he moved to North Carolina." And she's like, and he's like, "Can I get his number?" Which I had a new number at that time because I was always with Sprint for like the longest time. I was back on Sprint when it was Sprint PCS. Like, that's when I got my first cell phone. I had a brick phone. I loved that phone. Best phone I've ever had. I mean, there was absolutely no way you could get internet on it, but last I heard, he was still on probation. That was like 2000. But she was like, "Oh yeah, no, he lives in North Carolina now. He doesn't live in Pennsylvania." And I remember he was like trying to get up with me, but he couldn't. I don't even remember his name now. But I remember he had his dick pierced. And when we were at the Roger Waters concert, he was trying to impress some girl about his dick piercing. That he was like, "See this master lock? Like, I can put that through my piercing." And he actually did it. And he was like sitting like right behind me. And I remember turning around, and like he was like pulling out his shit out of his pants. I'm like, "Dude, come on. Like, what the fuck? You like gotta pull that shit out at a concert?" He's like, "I'm talking to this chick." I don't remember any of the other concerts I went to. I went to a shitload of concerts when I lived in Pittsburgh. And then once I moved here, I've like 22 years ago, or almost 23 now, haven't been to one concert at all. But I gotta drive. Like when I lived in Pittsburgh, I had to drive like 20 minutes and I could be at a venue. And then I moved here, and you gotta drive like an hour and a half to like 5 hours to be at a venue. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care enough about music to like drive that fucking far. Like, just the gas money alone is gonna cost as much as the concert ticket. which like tripled or quadrupled by that time too. Like I was getting concert tickets for like $20. And then I move here and it's like, yeah, concert tickets are like $100. And I was like, fuck that shit. It's gonna cost me that much in gas. It's gonna cost me that much just for a hotel room. Because I'm not gonna want to drive home after the fucking concert. And so I just quit going to concerts. Um, but no, I've been to so many fucking concerts. Actually, no, I don't think I ever saw Pantera. I remember the White Zombie concert pretty damn perfectly. I was like 17. Which my best friend that killed himself, he was a year younger than me. Yeah. I was born in 78. He was born in 79. But for some reason, when he got his driver's license, the guy wrote down 1976. So it said that he was older than he actually was. Like he was buying us alcohol when he was younger than me. But I remember that night, like it said that he was over 18, and like we went to the Giant Eagle after the concert, and we were like riding the carts, like the shopping carts. We were like riding them through the parking lot, and the cops showed up, and we're like, "Hey, let me see your ID," and we like showed all our IDs. And the cops were like, yeah, these kids are underage and it's past midnight. Like, you got to take them home. And he's talking to the kid that was like a year younger than me. And he was talking about me and my other best friend, who was his girlfriend at the time. And we were both like older, like, she was older than me and I was older than him. And the cops telling him, like, you need to get these youngsters home. It was fucking hilarious. And that was my first concert. Come on. Pepperoo! Where you at, my big dog? There you are, big dog. Oh, look how cute you are. I love the way you run. You're so awkward. No, chill the fuck out, man. Stop. But you're talking about a felony expungement. I'm talking about a misdemeanor. Literally, I just filled out some paperwork, and like 2 weeks later, they sent me a letter in the mail, and they were like, "Yeah, your record's been expunged," which I take as it will be there forever, and any law enforcement officer will look it up and be like, "Oh my God, this guy was arrested for weed in 1996." No, it was probably 97. Look up, buddy. I think it was 97. Well, it was like way before I moved here, and I moved here in 2000. So yeah, it was probably like 97. I just remember like it was during the summertime. Well, most of it was during the summertime, and that's when ketamine came around. And I wanted to try it, but I was on probation and I was getting piss tests whenever they would ask, and I couldn't try ketamine. And I remember everybody go like, because my friends would go hardcore, and I remember like all my friends like, you have no idea what a K-hole is, which is like when you do too much ketamine that like you can't get any higher, and you're just like in a low spot. Stop. Leave her fucking bone alone. And I never got to try it because it was gone by the time I got off probation. I was so mad. But that was also the same time when me and my buddy got a taser. And we would like do dumb things like play laser tag, or not laser tag, but play tag with a laser or with a taser. Like run around and just like if I can catch you, I can like zap you in the ass kind of fucking shit. Yeah, I don't think they expunge felonies. Like my dad used to work and try to help people that got DUIs in the 70s, and DUIs in the 70s were felonies, which means you can't own a gun. And my dad was a big gun nut, so he was always trying to help people. And it was hard as fuck to expunge DUIs in the 70s. Like, I'm talking about, like, this is like the late 90s, early 2000s. And it was, like, so fucking hard to expunge a fucking DUI from your record, which was a felony. And that's not exactly dangerous. But if you have a felony, you're not getting into Canada. Like Mexico, maybe, but I don't think so. I think Mexico's the same way. If you got a felony, you can't get into Mexico. I don't know for sure, but probably Europe. Probably can't get into Europe either. But I know for a fact, like, not even a felony, but if you have, like, just a DUI, that's just, I don't know what the fuck they call it. I guess, it's an infraction, I don't think it's a misdemeanor. I think it's something more important than that, but less than a felony. But even if you just have a regular old DUI, not a DUI from the 70s, that would be a felony, you can't get into Canada. But if you had a DUI in Canada and you lived in Canada, you can get into the United States. US is like, whatever, we don't care, come on in. But like trying to, like, I know comedians, well, like Joey Diaz, that's a bad example. He had armed robbery, kidnapping with an automatic weapon, and a few other charges, and he's not allowed into Canada at all. They will not allow him in. But people with just like a normal DUI, they're not allowed into Canada. And it's not a dangerous thing. It's just you have a felony or you have that charge, you can't come into Canada. Because I've heard a lot of comedians that aren't allowed to go to Canada. Would you quit licking my fucking chair? And they're not dangerous at all. It was just like I fucked up and got arrested kind of fucking charges. And they're like, yeah, I can't do shows in Toronto. I can't go to BC to Vancouver and do a show there. Would you quit licking my fucking chair? Let me another fucking beer. Chill out. talking about? You've never been to Canada. Canada's awesome. I like Canada. Everybody says Mexico sucks. I've been to Mexico. Well, I've been to Cozumel. Cozumel's fucking awesome. I had such a good time in Cozumel. I was only there for like 8 hours because I was on a cruise and we stopped off there. It was like from 9 in the morning until like 5 in the afternoon or 6 in the afternoon or whatever. We boarded back up and left and went to our next stop. I loved it. Like, this was the cruise where I was on with like my entire family. Like, almost my entire family was there. And we had so much fun. I didn't hang out with my family. Like, I hung out with my mom, my sister, and my dad. And we went into Cozumel and we went to the local mall. And I think it was my parent, like, they've always told me about like timeshares and how they're like full of shit and how it's a total ripoff. So I've never been a fan of timeshares and shit like that. They go right up to this fucking booth where a lady's like, "Oh yeah, let me talk to you about this timeshare." And my parents are like, "Yeah, we're not really interested." And they're like, "Oh, but like you can go to the resort, check it out, free food, free drinks, free everything." And my parents are like, "Yeah, sure, we'll listen to it." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? Timeshares are a ripoff. Let's get the fuck out of here and like actually check out Cancun or Cozumel." And I think it was Cozumel. It was the island. I think Cancun is on the mainland and Cozumel is the island. We were on the island part of it. And my parents are like, "No, no, 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 let's just hear them out." And I'm like, "What the fuck, man? Like, you've taught me my entire life never to fucking sit down and even talk to timeshare people. And now that's what we're gonna do, like, with our only 8 hours in Cozumel." Well, we ended up sitting down and talking to them. And, like, they came to, like, do you want to sign up? Do you want to buy a timeshare? And my parents were like, "No, we don't want to." And they're like, "Okay, here's your bracelets. Here's, like, your passes. All you got to do is, like, go outside, get in a free fucking taxi. It'll take you to our resort. You can go check it out, and it's free drinks and free food all day long." We went. Dude, it was the best decision ever. We're sitting on the beach having margaritas. We're tipping the waiter over and over and over again because, like, he would come out and, like, I remember the one time he came out, like, me and my mom were getting margaritas, and he came out with margaritas and spilled them. And he's like, "I'm so sorry." And we're like, "Oh, it's no big deal. Like, just get us another one." He's like, "I'll be right back." And the dude literally ran back and then ran back with the fucking drinks. Was like, "I'm so sorry." We're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. Here's like fucking $10. Like, we're just like throwing money at him. And then it was time. We're like, "We got to eat something. Like, we've been drinking all morning. Like, we got to eat something." We went and we got like, we're just like, "Yeah, give us these fucking tacos. We'll take these enchiladas. We'll take like all this fucking Mexican food." And they were like, "Okay, no problem." And they just brought it out free of charge. And we're just like throwing money at the people that are bringing shit to us. We're like, "Yeah, thanks for the food. Like, we didn't have to pay for it. Here's like fucking $10. Here's like $15. We were just throwing money at them, and they loved us for it. They're like, "Oh, fucking $10. Fucking, you want anything else? Would you like to try this?" And they'd be like suggesting things, and we're like, "Yeah, yeah, sure, bring it to us." And they're like, "Okay, yeah." And they'd bring it out, and we'd like throw another $10, $15 at them. Like, I mean, ultimately, we pretty much paid for our food with the tips that we were given, but it was great. Like, everything was free. We didn't have to tip worth a shit, but It was one of the best times I've had on vacation. Jamaica was great because or no, yeah. First thing, we went to Dunn's River Falls, which you start at the beach and you walk up a waterfall. Like, it's not like a giant waterfall. Like, you can actually walk. It's all like 3 foot tall kind of waterfalls. But you walk all the way up this fucking waterfall, and we got all the way to the top. We're like, man, that's fucking badass. Like, I loved it. It was so great. The people, not so much. Everybody's trying to sell you something. Everybody's trying to like sell you weed. Like literally, I got so pissed off at the amount of people that were trying to sell me weed. I was like, well, just leave me alone. Like, no, I don't want your fucking weed. Go away. But we went to this awesome, it was an oceanfront cafe, but it was like way up on the top of like a cliff kind of thing. And me and my cousins, we all walked out of the cafe and walked down this staircase that was cut into this cliff. Like it was literally like stone of the cliff, and they cut out stairs the whole way up to the like where the cafe was. Well, actually, it was where the plaza was, which the cafe was in the plaza. We walked all the way down there, and there was some drug dealer down there. I didn't walk behind the curtain. My cousin did, and she said he had every single fucking thing you ever would want. Like, you want coke, you want, I don't think meth was a thing at the time. Crystal meth was a thing at the time. But I don't think, like, actual meth was a thing at the time. But, like, you want coke, you want crack, you want heroin. He's got it all. You want weed, like, you want edibles, like, anything that you want, he's got it. And my cousin was hot, so he's like, oh, hey, let's smoke a joint. So he fires up a joint, and he hands it to my cousin. Or no, yeah, he hands it to my cousin. And then he fires up another joint, and I'm standing right next to him, and he takes a couple hits off of it, and he's like, here you go, man. And I'm like, oh, thanks, man. And I take it, and I take a couple hits. And I was like, oh, here you go, man. Like, here's your joint back. And he's like, no, that's just for you. And I was like, okay. So I'm just sitting there, and I took like, I don't know, 4 or 5 more hits. And I'm like, that's good enough for me. Like, I don't think I need any more than that. Knocked the cherry off. The highest I've ever been in my entire life. Like, that was at noon. And I remember at like 8 or 9 o'clock that night, I was still so fucked up, man. But also, my other cousin, one of my hot cousins' brother, he wasn't feeling good. I think he was like getting seasick and shit from the cruise and all that shit. So my cousin, his sister, went out and was like, "Hey man, like, can I buy some weed from you? Like, my brother's not feeling good." And he's like, "Oh yeah, like here." And he gave her like a quarter or a half for free. Was just like, yeah, here you go. Like, if you need more, just let me know. That shit lasted us like the entire cruise. That was like halfway through the cruise. But that lasted us all the way through the cruise. We had joints and weed left over, and we just stuffed them into the bed of one of the rooms that we were staying in, like as a tip for like the housekeeping people. We had so much weed that the very first day we met, and this is when they first came on the scene. We met a guy, and he was like, "Hey, what's going on? My name's John." And we were like, "Oh, what's going on, man? Like, how you doing?" And he had a cowboy hat on and shit. And he's like, "Yeah, my name's John." We're like, "Oh, okay." And he's like, "Yeah, my name's John Rich. Like, I'm in a band. I don't know if you've heard about it, but, you know, have you ever heard of Big and Rich?" And like me, I was listening to country at the time. Nobody else knew who the fuck he was, but I did. And actually, he said that to my cousins. And they came over to me and they're like, dude, have you ever heard of Big and Rich? And I'm like, yeah, Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy. Yeah, I've heard that song like over and over again for like the last like 3 months. And they're like, he's over here. Like, John Rich is over here and Big Kenny's over here. And I'm like, no fucking way. And of course, there was no internet, so I couldn't look up their pictures or anything. Turns out, wasn't them. It was just some kids that were like had their parents' credit card, because when you go on a cruise, you register your credit card and they give you your room key. Your room key is now your credit card. So when you go to the bar, you just swipe your room key and it charges it to your room, which charges it to your credit card. Well, these guys had their parents' credit card on there. Dude, one night, I think it was like a Tuesday or a Wednesday. They spent, it was like $120 a bottle for Dom Perignon, and they bought like 10 or 12 bottles in a row of Dom Perignon. And because my cousins are hot, I'm like hanging out with them, like it always seems like when I go to the bar with my cousins, people feel like they need to get me drunk, so I'm complicit to them hitting on my cousins and trying to fuck my cousins. And that's what was happening. And I'm getting like all this Dom Perignon for free and shit like that. It was so great. And at the end of the fucking cruise, they had the one kid, the Big Kenny kid, who said he was Big Kenny. He wasn't. He had like $12,000 worth of alcohol that was charged onto his card. It might have been more than that, but it was like right around $12,000. They did like $1,000 of Dom Perignon in one night, easy. And like we rode like this trolley or whatever, like some kind of service stop off of the cruise to like the car area where we parked our car. And he was there with his parents. His parents were so fucking pissed, man. I mean, obviously, I'd be pissed if my kid racked up like $12,000. That's like back in the day, that's a fucking car. Well, a used car. But the point of that was, wait, Big Kenny. Well, like when I was introduced to him, they were like, this guy is John Rich and this guy is Big Kenny. They're from Big and Rich. And I was like, oh yeah, can I have my $100 bill? Because in the song, I walk into the room passing out $100 bills and it thrills and it kills, something, something, something. So I was like, where's my $100 bill? And they like laughed like they knew what I was talking about. And I was like, okay, maybe they are these guys. But then I found out they definitely were not. But anyway, no, what I was getting at was we had so much fucking weed. They were coming to our room and be like, hey man, like, you mind if we get high with you? And we're like, fuck yeah. Like, they're buying us all kind of alcohol. So fucking A. We were smoking so much. I remember at one point, we were out on the balcony smoking. We weren't even in the room. We were out on the balcony because we all got balcony rooms. And my sister, she was upstairs, like hanging out with all the adults and shit. And she came down and came into like the room area. And she came into the room and she's like, dude, I can smell that shit like as soon as I come downstairs. Like, that's how good that shit was. And we got high as fuck, man. I remember, like, after we were on the beach with the drug dealer, we went back up to the cafe and we got into, like, a minibus. And the minibus took us up the mountain to Fern Gully. And I remember we were so fucking high that my cousin, who's like 8 or 10 years older than me, I was saying earlier that she was like 18 years older than me, but I think she's only like 10 years older than me. But like the announcer was like, "Oh yeah, this is Fern Gully," and my cousin just freaked out laughing. She's like, "Fern Gully, like the Disney movie," and she was like freaking out, laughing her ass off. I've never laughed so much in my entire life. Like we had so much fucking fun. But we went out of Port Lauderdale, which is next to Fort Lauderdale in Florida, and we went to Key West first, and then we went to Cozumel, and then we went to Ocho Rios, Jamaica, which is where Dunn's River Fall is, and I highly recommend Dunn's. Look, there's a fucking bank, and there's armed guards on top of the fucking bank. It's crazy. That's like one of the places, like you always hear about the Cayman Islands, like people laundering their money out there. That's why there's so many fucking banks. And then it was like 2 days at sea getting back to Port Lauderdale. That was that cruise. The second cruise I took, we went out of Norfolk, Virginia, and we went to Little Bahama Island. I don't remember the city that we went to. And then we went to Grand Bahama Island. And I think maybe we went back to No, I think that was a 5-day cruise. So I think like it was 2 days back at sea to get back to Norfolk. But I love going on a cruise. Like I love the whole Bill Burr bit about how he would take out people, reduce the world population, and he would just like go out there in a submarine and like bomb or torpedo uh cruise ships. But he's got a good point because there are a lot of mouth breathers that are like the first cruise I did, they didn't have a 7-course meal. They had like a 9-course meal. They had like an appetizer, then they had like a salad, then they had like a soup, then they had like some food, and then they had some more food, and then they had some more food, and then like blah blah blah. Like they just kept going with the fucking food, and you could pick what you wanted. The last day, I remember they had lobster. It might have been with steak. I can't remember. But they would let you get as much as you wanted. And I'm like, yeah, double up on the lobster and double up on the steak. Like, oh my god, I ate so good. But the normal cruise people, they're like hitting the hamburger bar that you can get at all times of the day. Go over there and get like as many hamburgers as you want with all the toppings that you want. A pizza bar, like all the bullshit American food. I didn't do that. I did like, no, I want to go for like, the steak and the fucking lobster and like the really good food. Which was like a formal dinner, which you didn't have to, but it was encouraged that you dress up for it. I took a suit. Like, and the first night that you're there, they have the captain's dinner, the captain's something, where the captain takes time out of being the captain, and he just comes into like a big amphitheater type thing, and he's just like, "Hey, what's going on? I'm the captain of the ship. Here's my second in command. Here's my first in command. Here's like, my navigator. Here's like all these other people." And he introduces everybody, and they just pass out drinks. Like, I mean, they're small drinks. And I would grab like 4 or 5 of each of the drinks. And it would be like a margarita or stop fucking licking me. Um, shit, I can't even remember the fuck. A martini. But like those kind of drinks where it's like a lot of alcohol and a little bit of fucking other shit. And I remember like my grandma was there. She was like 90 something at the time. And there was like I think 20-foot seas. So the ship was moving around. I was sick as fuck, man. Like I don't get seasick, but I was seasick as fuck. And I remember my like 90-year-old grandma was like, "You just need to drink some things." And I'm like, "What do you mean? Like pineapple juice or like orange juice?" And she's like, "No, alcohol. Like get a martini. Like get a tequila sunrise. Like get like she was telling me to get like hardcore alcoholic drinks." And I'm like, "Okay." And I did. And after 2 drinks, seasickness seasickness was completely fucking gone. Grandma knew what the fuck she was talking about. And I didn't stop drinking there. I just kept on drinking. But I remember grandma was like drinking martinis and she was drinking all kind of shit. And she was not a drinker. She was like a big Christian and like her sect of Christianity like really didn't like drinking, which I thought was really cool that she was drinking. And she's like 90 something years old drinking, which she died like I don't know, like 3 or 4 years later. So I'm like really glad that I actually had that kind of experience with her. Which I remember I got like a couple martinis, like they were passing them around and shit, and I'm like, yeah, I'll take a couple martinis, and I like just put them like in where I was like gonna keep my shit, and my grandma was like, oh, are you gonna drink that one? And I'm like, you want it? Take it. And she's like, oh yeah, I'd really like to have a martini, and she just like drank it, and I remember thinking like, man, that's fucking bad, especially when she was already dead. I remember thinking like that was fucking cool. Like I gave up my martini for my grandma who actually drank a martini. Like I was just I don't know. It was the best vacation. Like most of my family was there. My grandma was there. My grandpap was already dead. Well, both of my grandpaps were already dead. Well, I mean both of my grandpaps. I mean the 2 guys that were married to her. My grandfather that I was named after, he died in 1953 or 1956. I can't remember. It was either when my dad was born or when my dad was 3. But my dad technically never met his father, and the guy that I'm named after, because I'm the 3rd, I never met him. Like I wasn't even close to meeting him. I wasn't born for another, what, 25 years? 53? Yeah, another 25 years. Well, if he died in 53, I think he died in 56. I think my dad was 3 when he died. But technically speaking, my dad never met him. I never met him. And both of us are named after him. And then my grandma remarried, like, when my dad was, like, 6. And that guy died in, like, 1995. I remember having to call off work. Like my grandfather died and he lives in North Carolina. He lived like an hour and a half away from where I live now. And I had to call off work for like 5 days or something like that to come down here to go to the funeral and bury him and shit like that. But the guy that my grandma remarried, he had a daughter who ended up having 3 kids who are my step cousins. The one that's she's a year older than me, the one that's closest to my age. She's the one that married the hockey player that won the Stanley Cup. So technically, I'm not really related to the guy that won the Stanley Cup because she's my step cousin and then she married him. But I always, like from the time I remember knowing her, I've always, like, she was always my closest cousin. Even though she technically was my step cousin. She was closer to me than any of my other cousins. Because a bunch of them lived in California. A bunch of them lived in Florida. Some of them lived in Virginia and then North Carolina, and I lived in Pennsylvania. And they lived in Erie, Pennsylvania. I lived in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so it was only like 3 hours away. Like, when she graduated, I went to her graduation. It's the only graduation I've ever been to besides my own. And it was hilarious because they were like, whenever they call people's names and they're coming up on stage, do not yell and cheer for them. And as soon as they called her name, me and her entire family like jumped up clapping, like, yeah, Christy, fucking A. And I remember driving home, I had a filter, yeah, it was filter, or no, not manipulation, that was the remix version. Or maybe the other one was, whatever the one was, I remember listening to the fuck out of that fucking CD the whole way there and the whole way back. And her brother, my cousin Scott, loaded a cigarette, which it, like, when you light a cigarette, like, it just like blows up on the end and, like, you know, pops and blows up. He did that to me. And I didn't know until I was on my way home. I lit a cigarette and it like popped and I'm like, what the fuck was that? I went to graduation, and she actually came to my graduation too. I drove by myself all the way up there to her graduation, and then her and her parents drove all the way down to my graduation. And she was cheering when I got my diploma. I remember that. And she was so fucking happy. I was too, because I never thought that I would actually graduate from high school. I never did any homework at all. Would you quit licking shit? I never did any homework at all. I failed so many fucking classes that I had to take, I think, 4 classes in summer school between my junior and senior year just so I could graduate, and I barely graduated high school. Which, by the way, my mom says was her biggest accomplishment of her entire life. Would you stop fucking licking? My mom still to this day says that's her biggest accomplishment, was getting me through high school, which she didn't really do anything to get me through high school. She yelled at me a lot for not doing my homework. I still didn't do it, but I actually graduated high school. Which those are like at least the last time I was in Pennsylvania, which was 11 years ago. I have a desk in what was my room, which was the entire attic. And that was the shit that I had on display. My graduation diploma, my graduation, if you want to call it that, from Task, which was the drug enforcement shit, and my graduation, if you want to call it that, from probation. And my mom's like, yeah, that's not like an actual accomplishment. And I'm like, whatever, I made it through it. But I actually graduated. And then I went to college when I was 17. Made it through an entire semester. I don't think I did that great. Started up and I paid for it all myself. And then I went into a second semester, which I paid for all myself. And I'm pretty sure I was about to fail most of the classes, so I just straight up quit. But college was never for me. Stop fucking licking! Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is your problem? Why do you have to, like, keep licking? She's not even licking, like, things. She's just, like, licking, like, oh, it's the chair. Oh, it's, like, your leg, like, right above your knee. Like, she's just not. She's just being annoying. If you're gonna start growling and licking and doing all kind of crazy shit, just get the fuck off of me right now. Why didn't you go to graduation? Did you not graduate? Or were you not allowed? Oh. Yeah, you probably weren't allowed to go to graduation. The whole school thing. I was. And the funniest thing was you got like a fake paper whenever you graduated. And they told, like, we had a meeting before, like, the graduation ceremony happened. And they were like, okay, you're like in your little graduation costume. Whenever you get your diploma, during the ceremony, it's not your actual diploma. So if you want to do crazy things like show your ass or like light up a cigarette or, dumb shit like that you're not allowed to do, we're not going to give you your diploma. Like, we hold them, and like after the ceremony's over, you come back into the building and we actually give you your diploma, and then you're finally graduated. I didn't do anything crazy. I was just like, hey, I graduated, yay. I got like this little book type thing, and I walked off stage, which was in like the actual like the football stadium. And I was like, all right, yeah, like, look at me, like, I graduated. And I walked off, and I was just sitting there waiting. And then finally it's over, and we go inside the building, and they actually give you your real diploma because you weren't a fuck up and you didn't, like, screw off and do shit. So I finally get my diploma, and I'm like, fuck yeah. I immediately went outside and lit a cigarette up. And I remember this one teacher that I did not like. She was hot as fuck, though. She was like 25 or something like that. She was so hot, always wearing short skirts and shit like that. And she was like, "You can't be smoking on school grounds." And I'm like, I don't fucking go to school here anymore. You can't tell me fucking shit to do." And she couldn't. She just like suggested that I don't smoke. And then after she did that, she knew she couldn't do anything. She had no power. I already had my diploma. I didn't go to school there anymore. And I remember I smoked a cigarette, which my senior year, within the first week, I got suspended for smoking in the exact same area within like the first week that I was in school, in my senior year, which I thought was so great. I finished off my school career by smoking in the same fucking area, and I was blatant about it. When I got busted, I was doing this kind of thing where I'm like holding it, like, where you really can't see the cigarette, like it's held within my hand, and I'm just barely hitting it, like, kind of thing. Like that kind of thing. But whenever I was graduated, I totally had that bitch just sitting straight out, like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm smoking. Like, I totally looked like a 1950s commercial for cigarettes or something like that. And she said that, and I'm like, you can't do shit to me. I already graduated. Here's my fucking diploma. Sorry. Like, go move on. Go, like, yell at somebody else, because this doesn't mean shit to me. Which was fucking awesome, because I hated that lady. She failed me in science. She taught science, and I failed the first year. The second year, I passed with like a D, maybe a C. I'm pretty sure it was a D though, which was my senior year. But oh, the best part, I remember like hanging out with her in her class. She got engaged, and she was talking about like how her fiance was oh, what the fuck did she call it? No, it wasn't cute, chubby. Chub chubbingly fat? I forget. It was something that pretty much acknowledged that he was overweight, but he was cute. Like, that's the way she referred to it. But the funniest part was she, like, pulled out the ring that he gave her, because I don't know why it wasn't on her finger, but it was still in, like, the ring case. And she was like, look at this. And I remember my buddy Bob was like, pass it around the room. And, like, everybody in the fucking room was, like, deviants. Like, most of them went to tech, which meant that they would go to technology school for like half of the day. And they were usually like pretty deviant fucking kids. And he was like, pass it around the room. Like, pretty much like, you're not gonna fucking see that goddamn thing by the time it comes back around to the fucking front of the class. And I thought that was fucking hilarious. Alright, let's do some more shit. That's funny, with my facial hair, it looks like there's a heart right here. Well, you know, why would they trust you around people? You like death threatened people. I still don't understand that at all. Come on, hop down. I still don't understand that.
Enemy recon, spy in the skies. We have the bomb. Search and destroy. Nix the objective. Another classic showdown. I can't wait. Fumbled the ball.
It's all over now.
Oh man, I'm the only one left.
No point in wasting ammo.
Damn it! Oh, I'm in the middle of a fucking game. I hate it when I'm in the middle of a goddamn game. Especially with search and destroy.
Search and destroy. Hold the objective. Stay critical of your opponents and yourself. The enemy has the bomb.
I still, to this day, don't know what the fuck was going on through your fucking mind that you thought that was a good idea.
Got eyes on the enemy. Let's go!
Enemy's got a guard dog loose.
Do it, dude. Take out all 6. There you go, there's 1. Come on, stop.
Other side's got a bomb on B now.
There you go. Oh. Ah,
Stop
stupid
licking
dog.
your wounds. It's not over yet. Search and destroy. Defend the objective. Use all your senses. Sight, sound, touch, smell, and gun. Enemy's got the bomb.
Who's watching me?
My scope sees everything.
God damn it. Didn't catch what I said.
Enemy bomb
I was
planted at
saying
B.
I still don't understand why the fuck you would ever say what the fuck you said that got you into that trouble. Doesn't make it.
Allied mortar fire inbound.
Yeah! 2 more. Come on, dude. You got it. Yeah! Oh, no! I thought you had that guy.
I'm not disappointed. You'll do better next time.
Because you were mistreated. What? That's not an excuse. I'm gonna go for Grr Face. Just because I think that name is fucking hilarious. Dude, everybody has been mistreated. It doesn't give you the right to, like, freak people out. What did you say, then? Because I thought you sent a death threat to your fucking skull. Was that incorrect? Did you say something different? Because that's what I thought that you said. But if you did, then how can that be misinterpreted or blown out of proportion? I mean, well, it's like in my day, like, yeah, that might have been blown out of proportion because that wasn't a thing. Okay, well, I can see where they could take that out of proportion then. Stick it to them.
New patrol zone authorized. Patrol, take the objective. This is going to be a proper shellacking.
That could totally be interpreted as something fucking crazy.
Patrol zone is
Do you not see where that could be misinterpreted?
they have the patrol zone.
I mean, it's also not the 90s anymore. Back in the 90s, you could probably get away with, like, all kind of shit. But now,
They have the
no.
advantage.
And I don't mean now as in, like, right now. I mean now as in, like, the last bunch of fucking years.
Contact at the patrol zone.
Like,
Hostile
nothing
Goliath on the
is
crawl.
tolerated.
They have the patrol zone.
Fire is too heavy!
Okay, well, I get where you're coming from, but do you not get where, like, everybody else is coming from?
It's all over.
Like, at that time, nobody puts up with any kind of fucking shit. So, like, anything that you say that's fucking... And I don't mean this saying that you're crazy, but anything that you say that's crazy, nobody puts up with that fucking shit. Like, that's immediately flagged. Like, especially, well, it's all, like, 9/11. Like, ever since 9/11, it doesn't matter what you do. Like, it's all terrorism. So, like, oh, you don't like us, so that's terrorism. Like, you've got a difference in opinion. That's terrorism. Like, everything is fucking terrorism because of 9/11. And I say that because I remember before 9/11, like, you could get away with so much fucking shit. And I don't mean get away with. You could say a lot of fucking shit. And it didn't mean that you meant the most extreme way of the way you could interpret what you were talking about. But ever since 9/11, oh no. Like, you say, like, I hate Muslims. and all of a sudden, like, you're an extremist. You know, like, you hate all Muslims, and you want them all to die and exterminate. Like, no, like, I don't like the Muslims that committed 9/11. Doesn't matter. Like, you are an extremist, and you want all Muslims to die. Like, that's not what I meant. Doesn't matter. And that's kind of the world we live in now, which is fucking sad. Like, I really don't think that we should be living in that world, but that is the world that we live in. Like, literally, you gotta, like, shut the fuck up and not say anything. Because if you do say anything, like, I don't like Muslims. Oh, you're a Muslim extremist. Like, you want to kill all Muslims. No, I don't like Muslim extremists. Yeah, you want to kill all Muslims. Like, that's the world we live in. And that's fucking sad. I'm not saying that that's what happened to you, but I'm just saying that I see that shit. And that's fucking sad, man. Like, you can't have an opinion about a hate group. And then if you call them a hate group, it's like, oh, you're like, it's not anti-Semitism. What the fuck would it be? Like, you're anti-Muslim, or you're like, whatever. No, I don't like people that want to blow up my fellow countrymen. But they're like, oh no, like, you're anti-Muslim. Like, you're an extremist. That's like the world we live in right now. And that's fucked up. Because that doesn't mean you want all Muslims to die. It just means that you acknowledge that when there's Muslims that are like, I don't like America, death to America. And you're like, that's fucked up. And then people are like, you hate Muslims. No, that does not mean that at all. It means that you're not, like, willing to tolerate some fucking asshole that's like, you know, like, they're the extremists. You know, like, all Americans should die. But you saying, like, I don't think that they should say that all Americans should die. And they're like, you hate Muslims. That's fucked up, man. Like, I don't agree with that at all. That's fucked up. Because you can have, in my opinion, I don't give a shit what the fuck we're talking about. You can have a difference of opinion. And that doesn't mean that you hate everybody that has that difference of opinion. So if you're like, I don't like this Muslim guy that said this, or I don't like this white guy that said this, or I don't like this black guy that said this, that doesn't mean you're anti-black, or you're anti-white, or you're anti-Muslim. It just means you don't like the opinion that was spewed.
Enemy shells coming in hot.
And I think that's fucked up. That became a fucking thing. That, like, just because you don't agree with their opinion, now you don't, like, insert racial group. Like, that's fucked up, man. Like, you're anti-white because some white guy said, I don't like Muslims and they all should die. That's fucked up.
Fall back. See to the wounded.
Well, there's also that where if you say anything, they take it to the most extreme, which is exactly what I was just talking about. Like, I don't like what this one Muslim guy did. And they're like, oh, you hate all Muslims. Like, no, I didn't fucking say that. Like, I don't like what this one guy who happened to be Muslim did. Or I don't like what this one, well, they don't really give a shit if you hate white people, cuz that is just a-okay nowadays. But if you're like, oh, I don't like what this one white guy said, they're like, oh yeah, you agree with me that all white people should die. And you're like, well, wait, no, like, I don't think that at all. Like, I just think this one white guy was a piece of shit. And it's the same thing with, like, I think this one black guy was a piece of shit because of what he said. Like, I don't agree with what he said, and he wants to kill all white people. That's not fucking cool. Oh, so, like, you hate all black people. No, that's not what the fuck I said. I gotta piss again, man. But that's not what the fuck I said. I said I don't agree with this one black person that said something about white people, or I agreed with this one white person that said something about one black person. Not all of them. He's not a white supremacist because he's like, hey, this one black guy that beat the living shit out of a guy, white cop with like a cane. Like, that's not cool. And they're like, oh, so like you're just a white supremacist. No. Like, and I hate the generalization of talk that happens anymore because that's what they do. Like, oh, what? Puerto Rican guy like beat the living fuck out of a white guy, put him in a coma, and now he's in the hospital for 3 weeks. Oh, so you hate any Spanish person? Like, no, I don't like that guy that put another person. I don't give a fuck if they're white or black or Mexican or Spanish or whatever. I don't give a fuck. They hurt another human being and put them into the hospital for like 2 or 3 weeks. That's wrong. Oh, you're a white supremacist. No. I don't want another human hurting another human because that makes us a civilized civilization, really. I could say organization, but it's a civilization because we're civil. We don't beat the living fuck out of somebody because they have a difference of opinion. I don't give a fuck if you're black or white, if you're Spanish, you speak French or like whatever, you're Arab. I don't give a fuck. You don't beat the living fuck out of them because they've got a difference of opinion. And when that happens, you're an asshole. I don't give a fuck what the hell your fucking color is, what your identity is, what anything. Like, if you're that big of an asshole, you're that. An asshole. It doesn't matter what color you are, what you identify as. I don't give a fuck. You're fucked up because you hurt another human being. And I don't give a fuck if you're gay or you're trans or you're fucking straight. Doesn't matter. You're a human being. A human being, that is the number one lowest, biggest minority out of any minority. So, like, oh, gays, like, they're like the biggest minority. Trans people, they're the biggest minority. Black people, they're the biggest minority. No, the human being is the biggest minority. I don't give a fuck what you identify as, what your background is. If someone fucks with you, they're fucking with another human being, and that's fucked up. I don't give a fuck if the person fucking with you is white or black or Hispanic or trans or white or gay or anything. Doesn't fucking matter to me. Because the human being is the biggest minority out of any minority. Like gay people, they've got a giant group of fucking people that are all telling, like, straight people that they're horrible because they're always oppressing on them. White people, they just get oppressed on because they're white people and, like, fuck white people apparently because that's just the thing to do. Black people, oh no, everybody loves black people. So anytime a black person gets attacked, it doesn't matter if it was justified. Like, they aggressed on somebody and somebody was bigger and stronger and aggressed back on them and actually, like, kicked their ass. Nope, they're a white supremacist. If anybody beats up a gay person, they're like anti-gay. If anybody beats up on a trans person, they're anti-trans. They don't take into effect the human being is the number one oppressed person on the earth. The human being. I don't care if you're female, if you're male, if you're trans, you're gay, you're white, you're black. I don't give a shit. You're the number one oppressed person. And they, like, jump onto a group of people. They're like, oh, I'm trans, so therefore, like, anything that these trans people do, especially, like, beating the living shit out of somebody, it's A-okay because we were oppressed. Or the same thing with black people, or the same thing even with white people, which nobody will take that argument up. But, like, same thing with, like, anything. You're a human being. Human beings deserve respect. I don't give a fuck what you identify as. If you identify as black or white or trans or gay or anything, you're a human being. Therefore, you should have, like, the highest priority. But, like, any small group, like white people even, black people, trans people, gay people, Spanish people, Mexicans. Like, I don't give a fuck what little group that you want to identify as. It's nothing compared to human beings in general. And if you look past that, you're just playing partisan politics. And you're just gonna fuck shit up, man. And I don't say that just as, like, a white person, like, trying to justify, like, white people need rights too. No, everybody needs rights. Because you're a human fucking being. Doesn't matter if you're gay or trans or fucking white or hetero or not hetero or gay or, like, black or Spanish or mixed or whatever the fuck, Native American. I don't give a fuck. You all are equally as important as the next fucking person. And if you don't agree with that, then you are adding to the fucking problem. Like, you are compounding to the problem. If you're saying, like, oh, white people, they don't fucking matter because I hate the argument. Like, they've been in power, if you want to use that word, for, like, so long, so fuck them. And, black people haven't been in power. Okay, I don't think that there's, like, a pendulum thing to this where black people were over here and being oppressed, and white people were over here and they weren't being oppressed. And now, like, we're not going to swing it in the middle where nobody gets oppressed. Now it's like, no, we're going to swing it back here. It's all about black power, or it's all about, like, Spanish power, or, like, gay power, or anything like that. No, nobody's going to get anywhere if you keep trying to play these stupid fucking games. The only way we're going to get anywhere is by agreeing that humans are humans and you all deserve the exact same amount of treatment. I don't give a fuck what your color is. I don't care what your identity is. I don't care any of those stupid fucking things that mean nothing. Because in the end of the day, you're a human being. That's the only thing that fucking matters. Are you a human being? Yeah, because most people are. I don't know. There's probably a few people that will say they're like foxkin or like, whatever weird ass fucking shit they've made up. But are you a human being? Yeah. Then you deserve the exact same rights as another human being. You don't deserve more rights because you're gay, or because you're black, or because you're white, or anything like that. And to say that makes you a racist, or an ableist, or, something like that. Because, like, if you're saying white people need more rights than black people, then you're racist. You're a white supremacist. If you're saying black people need more rights than white people, you're a black supremacist. Like, oh, gay people need more rights than, heterosexual people. Okay, well, you're a gay, I don't know, whatever the fuck that would be. But that's not fair to everybody else. Because just to say, like, I'm gay, so I deserve more rights than trans people. Like, I'm going to go ahead and, like, attack a bunch of, like, quote, minority groups. Like, gay people saying they deserve more rights than trans people? The fuck are you talking about? That's fucking crazy. That's as dumb as saying white people need more rights than trans people. Or, Mexican people need more rights than black people. No, you're all fucking people. And to say that you deserve more rights than other people, you're fucking crazy. Like, literally, you're, like, backing up history. So, yeah, we had a bad history where white people were treating everybody else fucking horrible. Not a good idea. I wasn't part of that. I was never a part of that. I had no part of that. I was never there. Didn't do it. So, to say, like, black people have more rights than I do, what the fuck did I do? Like, I will stand up for black people's rights just as much as I will for white people's rights. Nobody should be better than another person. Everybody is all equal. That's what the Constitution says. We're all equal under the eyes of God. Whatever the fuck you think God is. Like, some people think God is an omnipotent being that controls the universe. Me personally, I think God is who incepted me, which would be my parents. Do I think of them as a God? No. But the concept of God, that's where I think it comes from. They had sex, they had sperm and an egg. They combined. I became a fetus, and then I became a baby, and then I became a human, just like everybody else. And I think that that is the exact same as everybody else. And we're all equal. If we're not all equal, then we have crazy fucking laws where some people are better than the other people. And I don't believe that is true. I think we're all equal. I don't give a fuck what the hell your sexual orientation is, what you believe you actually are, whether you're black or white or Hispanic or Mexican or what. I don't give a fuck. You're just as good as me. You're not any better than me, and I'm not any better than you. So just to say that, like, I'm better than you and I should have better rights than you, Fuck you. That's fucking bullshit. That's just as bad as saying the white man needs to have better rights than the black man. That's fucking stupid. And I would never go along with that. And anybody that would is fucking dumb. So anybody that says, like, well, black people need reparations and they need to have more rights than white people, you're dumb. Sorry. Yeah, maybe white people fucking fucked with black people. Yeah, they totally did. It wasn't me. It wasn't my family. I can trace my family back to 1746, before this country was actually a fucking country. They never owned slaves. Not only that, but they owned like a bunch of major cities, and they lost them all. Why? Because there was black people, there was Hispanic people, there was white people that couldn't pay their fucking rent during the Great Depression. Was my family like, oh, fuck you? I don't even want to say blackie, but like, spick, or, any of like the derogatory terms that I would never actually use. Like, I can't believe I just said them, but it was for a purpose. But they didn't say that. You know what they did? They went bankrupt. They didn't kick any of those people out. They let them go ahead and stay during the Great Depression. And my family had millions of dollars gone. I don't have shit that I'm going to be inheriting, because they were decent human beings that let people just stay in their house and, like, not pay their rent during the Great Depression. And my family lost all of its fortune. Like, it had a fucking decent fortune. They owned 2 cities. Like, literally owned 2 cities. Like, all of the buildings in 2 cities. But because they weren't assholes and kicked people out during the Great Depression, we lost it all. There's nothing that will come to me when all of my relatives die. So to call me racist because I'm white, fuck you. You don't know what the fuck you're even talking about. Like, probably your relatives, if they lived in the area where my relatives owned, they got free rent for years. And I gotta suffer from that. Like, I could be bitter about that. Like, oh man, where's my millions of dollars that I should be inheriting? It's not gonna happen. Am I bitter about it? No. I really believe that I should go out there and make my own fucking money. And if I can't, then that's on me. And that's the same thing with everybody else. If you can't go out there and make your own money, it's on you. Tough fucking shit. Welcome to the real world. I mean, maybe that's because I wasn't handed millions or billions. I don't know how much it was. I'm betting it was only millions of dollars from family fortune. But they lost it all. I don't have shit from that. So to say, like, oh, you're white, like you've had it like good your entire life. Really? I would have. But my family wasn't racist, and they didn't kick people out of their fucking housing that they owned, and they lost everything. Everything. Like, literally, the only shit that my family has is what my family made. There's no inheritance type shit. Like, all of the inheritance, like, we literally, I'm not even joking, Braddock and North Braddock, Pennsylvania, inside Pittsburgh, One family owned Braddock and the other family owned North Braddock, and they actually did an arranged marriage and got the two kids to get married so that North Braddock and Braddock could become combined so that the family would own everything. We don't own any of it. Nothing. Like, not one fucking building, even though we owned everything. So to, like, try to go ahead and say that I'm a racist for that, well, first off, I never had any part in that. But my family did. And they weren't racist. They let everybody just live there rent-free for years until they lost the fucking buildings that they owned. They owned, like, the entire fucking city, and they lost the entire fucking thing because they wouldn't kick people out. How does that make my family racist? Let alone me. Like, me, that was way before my time. I am, well, I just said it, but I am of the opinion that the human being is the biggest minority. I don't give a fuck how you actually identify as black, white, trans, gay, whatever the fuck, bisexual. I don't fucking care. You are the biggest minority in the entire country. And anybody that discriminates against you, I'm against them. Because they're a fucking asshole. Because how do you discriminate against, I guess, a minority? Which, like I just said, the individual, it's a Ron Paul quote, the individual is the biggest minority in the country. Gay people, they gang together and become like a big group, and like we're like the gay militia. And like, trans people, they'll do the same thing. White people, they're dumb as fuck, but they will do the same fucking thing. Black people will do the same fucking thing. Like, oh, like we're all like band together because we're black, or we're all white, or we're, whatever. But you know who doesn't band together? The individual. That's the number one minority in the country. And if everybody would actually just go to that thinking, then all of a sudden everything would be different. Because there's not like a gay rights movement. There's not like a trans right movement. There's not like a black rights, white rights. There's no white rights movement because that would be white supremacy and that would be shut down immediately. But there's no like Spanish or Hispanic or Mexican rights movement or anything like that. But if we all just agreed that we're all independent, or not, well, we are independent, but we're all individuals, and that's the number one, fuck, how did I lose my train of thought? Minority. The individual is the number one minority in the country, or in any country. Like, all of this, like, I need rights because I'm fill in the blank, would all go away. Because it would be, I need rights because I'm an individual. We all are. Every single one of us. I don't care what the fuck you identify as. And therefore, all of this fucking everything would just go away. Like, all of this, like, which I don't even believe in white supremacy. Yeah, there's fucking dumbasses out there that are like fucking hicks that are KKK members, or, white supremacists. Yeah, I'm sure they're out there somewhere. But if we all agreed that the individual was the biggest minority and we all should protect the individual no matter what the fuck you identify as or feel like you are or anything like that, all of this shit would just disappear overnight, which the establishment does not want that. That's why they keep throwing this shit in your face about how white people are so evil or, you know, black people are always committing crime or, you know, just dumb shit like that, which, I don't know, there's a lot of stats that, well, black people get arrested for crimes more than any other group. That doesn't mean they actually commit more. I mean, I'm pretty sure white people are like the number one people that commit, what is it, white collar crime? Like just dumb shit like, you know, bank fraud or, you know, check fraud or shit like that. I'm pretty sure white people are the number one on that. And they say that black people are like the number one on like violent crime or crime against other black people or shit like that. Could be true. But let's stop looking at it as white or black or Mexican or Spanish or gay or trans or any of these other whatever the fucking 89 fucking different sexual identities that you can be. Why don't you just be an individual? Because when we're all individuals, we all can band together. We all can be together and we can all fight injustices that are actually happening against individuals. Just a fucking thought, man. There's my rant. I'm gonna fucking do this. I'm gonna take a piss in a second and start another game. Wait, what? One thing I hate about YouTube is that there's an argument, someone tells me I'm not intimidating, knowing that if I was face to face, they'd run for the fucking hills as fast as they can. What? Okay, I read it twice, and I'm gonna go with an argument that I've heard that if you're not face to face and you're arguing with somebody, yeah, you are much more eager to go ahead and call someone like a racist or call them, well, any kind of fucking a white supremacist, like anything like that. Whereas if you were face to face, you wouldn't do that. Because if you did that shit to somebody face to face, you called them like a white supremacist or no, you didn't say anything about that. You just said intimidating knowing if it was face to face. But no, I've seen that where like people are like, "You're a white supremacist," blah 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 blah. But I guarantee you were face to face with that person, they wouldn't be calling you a white supremacist. I'm not saying you called someone that or they called you that. I'm just saying that if you're face to face, you are way less eager to go ahead and call somebody a name or anything like that. Because they might just haul off and punch you in the fucking face and knock your ass out. And that's just a fucking fact. That's like one of the biggest problems with social media. Because there's no repercussions for them, like, you're a racist, or, it doesn't matter if you're a racist, like, you're a white racist, or you're a black racist, or you're a, like, whatever. You can call people that all you want on social media. There's no repercussions. Whereas if you did that in person, they'd haul off and punch you in the fucking face and knock your ass out. And you're going to wake up going, I don't even remember why the hell I'm waking up right now. Meanwhile, you are waking up because you were a fucking asshole and they put you in your fucking place. I'm not saying that is correct. I don't agree with any violence at all, especially over words. I think you're a fucking small-minded individual if you have to use physical force when somebody uses words to you. Like, and I don't even give a shit if you're a white person and they call you a white supremacist and you knock them out. Like, you should not have done that. Like, I don't care if you're black or you're white, or no, you're black and they call you a black supremacist and they knock you out. They never should have done that. Physical violence over words is absolutely wrong. There's no fucking reason to do that shit. And the fact that you do, like, literally, here's my opinion about this. Like, the fact that you have to use physical violence because somebody used words against you, you are such a small, little, fucking pathetic little fucking person. You've got to use your physical might because you don't have the fucking backbone or the actual words that you can actually say to somebody. That's fucking pathetic. And the fact that you have to, like, go ahead and knock somebody out because they said something that you disagree with. Aw, what a little snowflake. Like, really? You can't deal with words that somebody fucking said? Well, I really hope that you go to prison. Well, I don't hope that you go to prison. But I hope you run into somebody that's bigger than you and fucking knocks you right on your fucking ass for not even saying wrong words, just for pretending that you are a bigger person. Well, especially if they see you doing that to another smaller person, because it's always like a bigger person knocking out a smaller person. Well, I hope there's a bigger person that comes by that is like an individual rights kind of person. That's like, why are you doing that? Bam! Fucking knock you right the fuck out. And you wake up and you're like, what is going on? Well, yeah, welcome to your world. That's what you just inflicted on somebody else. So I hope you like the world that you're creating. Because a responsible person would not do that. They're not going to, like, inflict physical harm on somebody else just because they had an opinion that was different than you. And if you do, you deserve whatever the fuck comes on you, and I hope it does come on you, and I hope it comes down hard. 'Cause that's fucked up. Like, disagreeing with them and arguing with them and telling them they're a piece of shit, fuck you, I hate you. Hey, absolutely, do it. I don't have a problem with that. But running up and, like, sucker punching them in the fucking face and knocking them out, I hope you get fucking knocked out. I hope your fucking car gets keyed. Like, I hope a bunch of fucking shit that nobody should ever wish happens to you. Because that's fucked up, man. Like, you don't just use your, like, oh, I'm bigger than you, I'm stronger than you, I don't agree with your opinion, so I'm gonna, like, knock you out. That's fucked up, man. Especially when I see this shit where it's like a small woman that's like, I don't agree with that, and like some bigger guy or bigger woman knocks them the fuck out. That is fucked up. I do not agree with that, and that is fucked up. You should not have physical harm inflicted on you for your just speech. And when that happens, like us as a society, we should all stand up against that shit. That is fucked up. Like, even when people are like, you know, there's some white guy saying, like, oh, all black people are animals or something like that. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that's fucked up. Does that guy deserve to get knocked out? No. Does he deserve maybe like a slap in the face? Eh, I don't agree with physical violence, but maybe that would be a better choice. And then, like, given a lecture too. Like, how are you gonna fucking talk about, like, all black people? Like, not all black people are the same, and they're not all savages, and blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, I could kind of agree with that. I don't agree with the physical violence, but I get that that would be a better alternative. But as far as, like, you know, stabbing him or, you know, like beating the living shit out of him where he's unconscious. And I don't give a fuck if he's like a white guy talking about, you know, all black people or like the devil or they're whatever, insert garbage terminology that, you know, garbage people would fucking use. Like, same thing with like black people, like coming up on white people, like all white people are, they smell like wet dogs. They're horrible fucking human being. Like, I don't give a fuck about any of those. Individualism is individualism, and when you go against that, it just damages all of us. Which is my opinion. And on that, I think I'm going to take a piss and play some more. But my main point is like the whole anti-racism thing. Like, I don't know. If you actually think that I'm a racist, then you're just a fucking dumbass. Because I've never I've never promoted, I guess, yeah, promoted. Like, I don't know why I'm trying to try to say proponent or a proponent. I guess proponent is the word I'm trying to go for. I've never done that. But that is because I found Ron Paul in like 2008. I've got his campaign tattooed right on me. Revolution. Right here. Revolution. And right in the middle of it, there's love backwards. Because that's what it is. I don't give a fuck what the hell color you are, what you identify as. I don't give a fuck. If you're an individual, which we all are, I'm a fan of you. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm not gonna say who, but I know people that, like, literally hate gay people. And I don't understand it at all. Like, okay, with one exception. If gay people are trying to make me gay, which I'm not, then I don't like you because of that. But because you are gay, I don't give a fuck. I'm not gay. So I don't give a fuck if you're gay. Are you trans? I don't give a fuck. I'm not trans. I'm not into trans people. I'm not into gay people. So I don't give a fuck, man. Like, that's your thing. That's not my thing. Just don't come at me. That's my only thing. And that's why I go back to the individual. Like, if we all go to the individual, then you're not going to be mad at a different group. Like, oh, I'm like Foxkin, or I'm like what? Doesn't fucking matter. I don't give a fuck. You know, I believe I'm a fox. Cool. I don't give a shit. Like, how does that impact my life? Which I have had conversations with very good Christians about gay people. And I'm like, why are you against gay marriage? And they're like, they shouldn't have the same rights that I have. And I'm like, so I shouldn't either? Like, I'm not married. But I shouldn't have the same rights that you have? You're special because you're married? And they're like, yeah. Like, what the fuck does that doesn't even make sense. Like, you're better than all the rest of us. Like, me being single, and I mean, I'm straight, but it doesn't mean anything. Like, I'm single. Like, gay people being gay, like, I guess, like, well, even trans people, they could probably get, like, marriage rights and shit like that. But, like, gay people and me, we can't get that shit. Like, we gotta pay more in taxes because we're, what, bigger pieces of shit than you because you're heterosexually married? That's fucked up, man. Like, I don't believe in taxes in the first place. Not income tax as well, in the first place. Because income tax is illegal according to the Constitution. It's been ruled on over and over and over and over on by the Supreme Court. So for heterosexual people to say, like, yeah, you, me, you're not married, so you should pay more in taxes and we should get a tax break. I don't think that either one of us should be paying income taxes because that is illegal according to the Constitution. It's been ruled on over and over and over again until 1913, where the actual cabal takeover started and they fucked over all of us, which brought on the actual income tax, which was like, what, 1943? Something like that, which got mainstream in 1945, and it has been like going, it was like 1%, and now it's up to like 30%, or maybe it's 13%, something like that. But you're like willingly being fucked by not acknowledging history. But back to what I'm actually talking about, I'm not gay. I'm just a heterosexual guy that is not married, doesn't have a girlfriend, or nothing like that. So I should pay way more than you, who has a fucking kid, and you get discounts because you have a kid, because you're married, like all kind of shit like that. No, that's fucked up. If you're so willing to have an income tax, then you should be paying the exact same fucking amount that I am. And the people that are married, they're so willing, like, no, I get a discount. Well, maybe you shouldn't have a fucking discount. Then maybe your actual stance on the income tax would be changed, because you'd be fucked on 33% of your fucking income. I'm charged 33%. So I work from like January all the way until like almost April. And all of that money goes to the government. So I should do that because I'm just a stupid, straight guy that I'm not married. And if I got married, I would be smart enough to save some money out of that. Go fuck yourself. Like, you don't even understand how you're getting fucked, let alone how I'm getting fucked. You know how much fucking money you would be saving? And like, the whole point is like, I have kids, like I have expenses, and like I have a family. Yeah, you know how much money you'd be saving if you weren't getting charged income tax? You would make 30, like, well, probably like 25 or 20% more of your fucking pay if you didn't have to pay it to the government that's waging fake wars that you're paying for. Which I'm paying 33% because I'm a single male. I'm so sick of fucking ranting. I'm gonna take a piss, and then I'm gonna fucking play some more fucking shit. What are you doing, big bitch? You're such a clingy little fuck. My little bitch. She slept with me like, well, both of them. Stop licking me in a goddamn face. She has slept with me just like Kepri has. Stop licking me. They both have slept with me like for a week and a half now. So apparently they're just gonna fucking sleep with me. But my point of the whole argument, which is what everybody should focus on, because I guarantee if anybody actually finds this video and they will start focusing on anything, they will focus on me talking about, oh my god, he said something about gay people, he said something about trans people, he said something about white people, he said something about black people, about Spanish people. I don't give a shit about those classifications because in the end, we're all individuals. And it doesn't matter what the fuck, like, what religion, like, oh, you're a Catholic, you're like a Protestant, you're like an atheist. I don't give a fuck. It all comes down to you are an individual. That's all it fucking matters. You're an individual. And it doesn't matter what you believe. Like, oh, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic. I don't, it doesn't fucking matter. You are an individual, and that's the greatest minority in the entire world. And that's why I'm a proponent of individuals. Because individuals they need to be the most protected minority out of anyone. Because they are the biggest minority. And if we protect them, pretty much, I don't give a shit what the fuck other category you want to put yourself in. If you protect individuals, then you are going to protect yourself. You're going to protect your fellow man. And if you don't understand what I'm talking about, then you don't understand what I'm talking about, and you never will. But if you do understand what I'm talking about, then you definitely understand what the fuck I'm talking about. fuck kind of fucking audio or video is this, man? 144. God. Alright, let me find my dogs. Where you at? Come here. Hey! Hey! Damn it. Come here. Come on. Alright, is that enough ranting? Hmm? Come on, bitch.
Team deathmatch. Eliminate all hostiles. It's all riding on this. Bring your best or go home. Team deathmatch. Take out all enemies. Stay critical of your opponents and yourself. We're down,
It's
but
all
not
over.
out.
My scope sees everything.
The lead's ours. Hold on to it. Watch for an enemy guard dog. Mortars incoming! Get out! Recon plane scanning the area. They have the
It's all
advantage.
over now.
Enemy care package inbound. They're sending mortar shells. It's a bleeding embarrassment. Enemy glide bomb incoming. That was some miserable bollocks out there.
What the fuck? think I needed to be talking about demons.
Team deathmatch. Eradicate all threats. Training's over. This shit is for real. We took the advantage.
We have been hit the top.
Lead's ours! Lead is lost! Fight back! We're falling behind!
When you can take two out at once.
Glide bomber assist coming in.
We have been hit down, comrades.
They have the
It's all
advantage.
over now.
The lead's ours. Hold on to it.